Welcome to today's edition of Viewer Levels. Before we get going with the submissions that we already have in the queue from Luca and Samuel and Mail, we're going to take a quick look at a warm-up level that will hopefully get done quickly because the clear rate is high for once. So we shouldn't, hopefully, be trapped on this for half an hour or something. But this is General Bud by Jirisu, a very good streamer, an excellent maker from South Korea, but one who never really gets to submit here because we don't really have that much interaction with the Korean scene apart from knowing Jirisu, of course, from 5 and 6 YMM. So I wanted to take a look at this one quickly, since we haven't gotten to do many of these warm-up levels lately, and then we'll try to get through the queue itself in the usual order, next and sub-next, without delaying too many people past their bedtime. The Korean text here, according to my machine translation, says something like God only has one cannon or something, but I don't know how much of that is garbled by machine translation. So anyway, the text tells you that the pink coin is indeed optional, and we'll see how that looks. Let's go. And Samuel, I see you submitted the maker code. I don't know if you want me to try out your super world or if you have a specific level in mind, but I'm open to that either way. I know there's been a lot of excitement about your super world from people who have heard about it, as far as I know. Anyway, let's pay attention here while we ride the boat. I guess General Bud is Dagoon Bud, that's to my left, that is riding the spike. And so this is going to be a boat ride where the captain of the boat tries to shoot me from behind, or maybe he's escorting me, who knows. But I can see what they mean by saying a god only has one cannon, if this is in fact a god. So we'll just try to position ourselves a little bit better to dodge the hammers and the cheap cheeps. It's probably not wise to go too far ahead here, even with the presence of the vines, because we will likely get shot by the bomb. Little bit of variance that's introduced here by the Magic Koopa. Let's not go up for that one. We learned that the hard way last time. And yeah, let's try to stay low in general. Not a good idea to be in the way of the main gun on your own boat. And then, yeah, we'll just try to stay low on the jumps. This is a winged Cheep Cheep. We learned that the hard way multiple times over. And we'll just try to stay low here. Winged Cheep Cheep, once again, is going to follow a very consistent pattern relative to the screen. And so, winged Cheep Cheep, we can pretty consistently duck below, as far as I can tell. And then we'll see about that optional pink coin when we have a way to get to it. Remember what I said about the winged Cheep Cheep and ducking below. I guess we just kind of wait here until we have that take several hits, unless I can see a way to get the coin, which I don't see. Samuel, you have a specific level in mind? Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. I was hoping to save your super world for a more concentrated experience at some point anyway. There are actually 6 pink coins in this level. We haven't seen them come into play yet. Here it is telling me something about the bomb pointing towards the spike ball. And level up, I suppose. Yeah, lately for the midweek streams we've been kind of taking a break from Super Worlds and Puzzles to focus instead on Super Mario Maker 1. And so that's what we've been doing in the last couple of broadcasts and what we'll be doing probably through to mid-February. But when we're kind of back on a full Maker 2 schedule at some point, definitely Super Samuel World is a pretty major priority if we haven't seen it by then. So, really looking forward to that. Anyway, just got to be really careful in some places here. Oh no, we missed it. I will probably go back to try to, as I was about to say, get that coin. We'll just need to find a slightly different pattern here. Maybe save the mushroom for a damage boost at that point. Rival Seeker, it's going fine. I hope you're alright as well. We're just getting started now, and thank you for submission, Real Starlight, as well. Anyway, Yeah, just playing a warm-up level quickly to make sure all systems are working and that my sound isn't dead and my video is somewhat functional. And yeah, hopefully everything is looking and sounding fine on your end as the viewers, so we can give your levels the best possible presentation. There we go, there's coin 3. Yeah, I suppose what the graphic at a checkpoint earlier was telling me was that the bombs have converted into the spike balls, because that's what happens when the ship itself has leveled up. Oh, that was a bit of a tight dodge, but this is actually a safe location consistently, so we'll just wait here until Ludwig has been batted out of the way. We have one coin here, which makes me wonder. It's not a safety just yet, and we are between checkpoints, so there might not be a safety coin. And yeah, man, what's up with that? Mario Maker 2? What is this? We don't even have pipe stacking. You have to do the one-way pipes with these, you know, little one-tile slots everywhere. To learn all these different momentum mechanics so you can actually play levels by Mang. Oh, look at this. This is a surprise. And we'll just commit a bit of Goomba genocide here. And leave none alive. Oh, there's Undo Dog, just waving hello from up top. And that's a THX1138. Let's get into the queue. And yes, Rival Seeker, it is indeed a lava boat of sorts. The mechanism underneath is hidden, but you can kind of imagine that it is going to be something conveyor-based, as far as I can tell. And I did say Goombud. I don't know if that came through properly in the mic. It might have sounded like Goomba. Goombud genocide? Goomba genocide? Yeah. I guess if you're committing genocide, you do have to be specific. Anyway, for those interested in that level, I'll type into code in chat, and then we will get into the viewers' submissions themselves. And Zigzy, welcome. So, for those new here, we do alternate generally between next and sub next. Because Luca is a sub, I'll actually do next after this. And so the order will begin with Luca and Samuel. Fair warning, if you're a little further back in the queue, I don't really enforce a strict time limit. Sometimes if I'm really enjoying a level or if I'm making a lot of progress, I will stay on it for quite a while, but if you are in the queue and you stick around, I almost always manage to play everybody who stays long enough. And I never call random, so don't worry about having to step out for a little while if you have something else to do while you're waiting. Because you won't just be pulled out of thin air. Finest Footage, welcome. Thank you for the submission. Okay, Luca, we have your latest level here in 3D World. It's going to be Package Rampage. Submarine Express Delivery Simulator. Luca, I don't know if you've seen this thing that's been on the internet in the past few days. Where somebody documented, like this photojournalist in the Los Angeles area documented all of the Amazon packages that had been raided from trains. Like basically, you know, tons of container shipping on the train lines had been broken into, and so you have discarded and undelivered Amazon packages just all over the place on the railroad tracks. So anyway, that's a package rampage, and so is this level. So let's take a look. And thank you to the submissions from Mang and Terminator. We'll try to keep up with some of this stuff as we go. Anyway, let's... Oh, Porcupine Puffer, let's get out of here. I love how the question blocks here are kind of specifically laid out to sort of get you into a little bit of trouble if you decide to pique your curiosity. No, okay, so this is what the question blocks are for. The bounce allows you to reverse directions. And maybe you kind of need to reverse directions as you're going towards the panel. Let's see. Like, kind of reverse into it. Not exactly sure yet. I think it's going to be some kind of reversal that uses the bounce when you get onto the dash panel at a turnaround so you don't get stuck. And yes, there is a 100-second limit that I think is mostly just there to give you a bit of panic music. And Rival Seeker, this is a forest, so I guess this is the Amazon Express. This is just straight up underwater theme, as you noticed afterwards. Due to the blue background, let's actually spam the swim button quickly enough. Actually, no, we don't need to do that. We're holding a package. The whole point of holding a package is so you can swim a little more naturally without having to paddle everywhere. There we go. Much better. Wait, except I got stuck again, so... There comes a certain point where you do get trapped on the dash panel, and you can't reverse. You have to reverse before you are all the way at the end. I think that's partly what the level is trying to teach you, with the arrow that's sort of at the outside edge. You need to reverse kind of in the entrance there. And here... Yeah, I just need to drive a little more precisely. And strike threeser. Hope you're doing well. We're doing alright. Oh, here we go. And let's mop this and go down. Oops. Nintenium, thank you for the submission as well. And this level uses an unorthodox mechanic, says Luca. Well, we'll let you know if anybody from the Orthodox Church complains. Oops. Yeah, okay, so I shouldn't try to just swim straight there. The hitbox is a little low for that, so we'll try to fix that up. Anyway, the idea here is that... whoops. Yeah, we do want to go just a little bit lower. I keep shying away from the creeper a little bit. And that's probably not necessary. We've got plenty of room to work with here. And no worries about Lurking Mill. Hopefully we do manage to... Oh, I see, okay. That's how that's controlled. So you do have to go into the blocks, you can't just miss them. Yeah, hopefully we'll get to yours soon enough. Yeah, no worries, Nintenium. I ran way over time last time. Mostly due to that mole level by Mang that I spent 2 hours on. Because we just enjoy mole-on-mole action that much. Yeah, we still have some improvements to make here and there when it comes to time management under my new schedule, because I've been very complacent about how long I can stay. And so my last 2 weekend viewer level streams have gone like 7 hours long, which is not sustainable in the long run. We're going to have to change the ways that certain things are done around here to keep that under control. But because I know that I've been giving people some absolutely unreasonable wait times lately, and we're going to try to find a good compromise solution to manage that without losing the nature of this stream in terms of giving a bit more airplay to levels that sometimes don't get appreciated in the rule sets that other streamers like to impose. Okay, so we do need to duck into that, and then Creeper at the end there is going to give me a little bit of bounce. Finest footage, mole-on-mole action. Do I have access to your internet search history? Yes, I do. To answer your question. I see you are a Mario Maker of good taste. And the Bubs, thank you for Nobody Touches Big Bertha. Spoiler alert, we're probably going to touch Big Bertha. I totally missed. That's a difficult one to swim towards because, you know, you do have to crank your swimming down a little bit. I actually think that this level... Like, Luca, I don't know if you tuned this mostly with D-pad or with stick. The fact that I'm playing D-pad only might actually be a liability here. As I'm not currently using a controller that has a stick, and maybe that's unwise for a swimming level like this one. And down we go. Okay. Once you get how it works, it flows better, yeah. And once you are able to spot which locations require a few minor adjustments here and there, because one of the challenges just to be using dash panels in general, especially underwater, is developing a natural sense for how fast you are going and where you have to adjust. Because I think underwater speed and dash panel speed are both going to often feel unfamiliar enough that your visual sense of how far you're going to go as a player might not be totally accurate unless you've had just a little bit of practice to warm up again and get into the flow. Whoops. And I know I'm supposed to duck in that location, but we'll need to fix up little things like that. It's significantly easier if you don't use stick. Oh, that's good to know. Because I'm not. And I can actually see why, because of the areas where you have to duck and where you can't just accidentally go diagonal. Where you want to be fairly precise about switching directions as well. Oops. And yeah, the finest footage, I definitely see the case for driving with the D-pad as well. You know, for those of us brought up on Super Nintendo Mario Kart. Anyway, let's get over here. Okay, so I'm ducking into that. That's still giving me a little bit of trouble there. We'll have to fix that up once I go back. And yeah, the finest footage, I absolutely know that you meant driving in real life. Which I still think would be significantly easier with a D-pad. Whoops. And Terminator says this level is technical. I would say this level is art. The finest footage, since you're holding the crate, the whole point of holding the crate is that your mechanics here, apart from the absence of any kind of boost, are still going to feel as smoothly as swimming with the frog suit. It feels very much like a frog suit level already, the main thing being that you have to cling onto the crate, and that instead of getting a boost from a button, you are mainly doing so through contact with the dash panels, which oddly enough makes this kind of feel like a car level in some ways, just with more vertical steering to adjust your vertical position. But it actually does feel very much like a car level. Oh, Goomba Hat. Most underrated power-up in the game. going to get me over here. And yeah, you kind of need to duck into that location. Or just reverse a little bit better than I was doing. Oops, got bumped right out here, and we're going to escape very narrowly. The icicles there impose a certain time limit of sorts. I see, so you get it close enough to drop the icicles, and there's going to be a little bit of back and forth, so you get the icicle gates to drop. And then you still have to do everything quickly enough to not get sniped by the Porcupuffers that have been chasing you the whole time. Lots of room for optimization here, in a way, where you can see that I'm not turning around right at the edge. I'm always just a little bit late. And so if you're doing something like a serious run for a speed record, you really have to tighten up those corners. I am not going for a speed record, so that's fine. Here, mainly, it's that you need that ducking interaction with the dash panel propelling you to sneak under those spikes, and then you need to continue doing so while you're going back and forth. The finest footage. Does anyone else pluck their nose hairs while watching Mario Maker streams? I assumed that that was standard practice for people who are really into mole-on-mole action. Anyway, let's get in here. Whoops. I found the speedrun trick. I think I found it accidentally. I'm not even sure exactly what the trick is, Luca, unless you're talking about kind of turning that corner a little bit quicker so you get in immediately after the icicle drop. Unless there's some other collision here that I wasn't... Oh, you mean the kind of side bump where you sort of bump into the corner of the one-way panel, perhaps. So you don't get on top of the one-way panel, you don't pop the question blocks unless they're required, like they were in the first segment. And you just hit the corner directly. Turn around and hit down. Yeah, okay, that's interesting. I don't know how reliably I can do that. I've done it a few times accidentally, but... It does project you downwards enough, though, that you need to correct your way out of that fairly quickly. Yeah, that's very much an edge case interaction in a literal sense. Resnox, welcome. My goodness, the queue is way too long already. And that's okay, we'll get through as much as we can. Maybe some levels will go very smoothly. Whoops. That's the price of moving my stream to a more accessible time. We are not only getting a lot of my usual regulars back, but a lot of new faces as well. So yeah, we need to stay on a down diagonal. That's one of the issues here when I'm turning around, is that I'm not maintaining a ducking position to stay under the blue on-off spike blocks. And you really do need to do that because otherwise the hitbox does get in your way. You do need to be clinging onto the dash panels with a down diagonal. If you don't make it under because of the fact that you float a little bit above the platform when you are swimming. And that is what gets you into trouble with the blue spikes. I find it interesting, by the way, that the usage of the blue spikes here is purely an aesthetic thing to blend well with the water theme and the ice. That's why in every segment you have the off switch pressed right away. So the choice of the blue spikes is a very deliberate one here, just to make the colors line up. Rival Seeker, you just beat this level? Yep. Currently a bit thankful for the checkpoint as well. But no, I think actually that the first segment, now that I know it, I could recreate it without too much trouble. You need to be fairly precise, and yeah, this is the part where you're kind of really feeling that it's a lot easier with the D-pad when you're thinking about swapping between diagonals very quickly, because you need to swap immediately between down right and down left. Which reminds me of an old Street Fighter joke. And, so, Luca, why is this level like a fireball? Why is this level like a fireball? Because it is downright fierce. Anyway, let's get over here. Reaction times are a little bit slow still in that back and forth icicle segment that we see later on. I'm actually just running into an icicle once it respawns. It's kind of interesting to see how well the distances line up there, that you kind of need to be accurate on every one-tile edge of the dash panel here in this sequence, because otherwise you do run into the icicles when they come back up. So the timing here is quite precise. I mean, it's not super tight, but you do need to kind of anticipate the directional change before you hit the dash panel. Luckily, because you're on a platform rather than swimming into it, that works out quite well. In general, though, like if you look at the sort of one-tile bounce platform slots that are protruding from the dash panels, that kind of tells you where you should be pointing down already, or pointing left already. Where you do have to reverse and back into the dash panel by about one tile if you want to do things cleanly, especially once you're at the icicle segment where it's much less lenient. Rival Seeker, you actually just gave me the exact same tip. Hold the proper diagonal direction right before you make contact with the dash panels. Yes, exactly. We're just beginning to find that out. And I'm glad that is something that you can learn from the level itself. That is quite possible to sort of figure that out without just ramming into it repeatedly the way that we've been doing. Whoops. And the finest footage remembers Rival Seeker from when you used to stream. Yeah. And yeah, like I said, for people who are new here, I have been streaming viewer levels for quite some time, but all of last year I was doing an extreme late night stream if you're in North America, and a bit of a morning breakfast show if you're in EU, but I only recently moved to this time slot, so it's a little more reasonable for people in North America to stay in the queue. We didn't need to reverse that time, of course. We needed to proceed to the next one. Yeah, Mail64, apparently the Twitch app on Switch is pretty minimal. Has just a very basic Twitch viewer. And so if you have access to something like a mobile device that you can use for Twitch purposes, it apparently doesn't make too much sense to use it. I suppose if you want to get it to broadcast something to your docked display, but the presence of the Twitch app, from what I've heard, I haven't used it myself, seems to be pretty situational. And yeah, if you use it as a convenient way to put it on the TV display, that does make sense. I know some people who got tons of use out of Netflix, both on the Wii U and the Switch specifically because of that, which was kind of a surprising use case, but, you know, for the people who used it was something that they felt very comfortable with, to the tune of many, many hours of content. Yeah, so this area here is mostly just about reading things cleanly. We missed a diagonal in that bit there, but I was fairly happy with how much I got done in that section, given that I was seeing it for the first time. Fairly happy with it. The finest footage. One thing I really do appreciate about Mario Maker is that relative to the viewer count, you actually get a lot more conversation than you do compared to most other games. Like, basically, if you're playing other games with the same level of viewership, you don't actually get as much chatting with the viewers as you do in Mario Maker, and especially with viewer levels, because there's less of a conversation to be had, I think, than when you are playtesting something directly. And that's something I appreciate a lot about Mario Maker, is that even with a small viewership, the streams actually feel extremely social. And I say that as somebody who's not really a social person. Like, that's one thing that I think is very difficult to tell about streamers, is that everybody seems so talkative and gregarious when they're actually playing video games on the surface, but you don't really have a sense of what any of them are like in person. You don't know who would actually be as fun to hang out with offline as they would be online. And it doesn't particularly matter because we're all just hanging out online anyway. But yeah, as a viewer as well, I enjoy the Mario Maker experience very much. It's the thing that kind of got me back into the streaming scene in many ways. Back in late period Maker 1, I would say. For the longest time, I only had a Twitch account to lurk in pro-level StarCraft broadcasts for many years, going back to the earliest days of Twitch, but really just kind of, you know, lurked in some of the bigger streams for major events, and it's a completely different experience there, of course, when the chat is mostly just a way for a big stadium crowd to kind of pug their way through everything, rather than the more direct interaction and sociability of a smaller room such as this one. And that's the nice thing about Mario Maker. You know, it really does feel like, and I've made this comparison many times before, but it really does feel like kind of a big pub crawl, especially if you have levels that you are submitting to people. You know, you start to run into the same fellow makers on many different streams who are submitting to the same streamers. And you start to recognize other people's styles because you also see them getting played while you're waiting for your own. It's very much like a pub crawl experience, and it's always quite a delight to host this as well. It's really kind of markedly improved my own long-term engagement with this game, I think. I mean, I got a capture card specifically for Mario Maker 2. That was the reason I started streaming. It wasn't originally intended to be the main content that I do all the time. I used to think that I'd just record a lot of indie stuff that doesn't get as much airplay, and I still do that from time to time, but I think it worked out well that Mario Maker turned out to be our core content here in the long run. So yeah, Rival Seeker, that's definitely a concern. So Rival Seeker, I have a couple of points to make about that when it comes to long-term preservation of Mario Maker content, in terms of whether you feel like it's worth your time, if you think that servers will go down someday. First of all, even though uploads have been deleted, even though uploads have been disabled in Mario Maker 1, Mario Maker 1 is still up, and I've actually been streaming it quite a bit this month. I've been streaming more Maker 1 than Maker 2 in the past few weeks. Of course, it will go down eventually, but the thing is, when even Mario Maker 1 is still... well, I wouldn't say alive and well, but it's alive. From a player's perspective, is accessible. I wouldn't be worried about Maker 2 that soon. The second thing I'll say is that the recent developments in data mining and data preservation in Mario Maker 2 from people in the hacking community has developed drastically even within the past few weeks. You might have heard about people developing ways to dump level data into a public viewer, for instance. And that's going to be good for preservation in the long term, because even if public servers eventually go down, the hacking and modding scene in the long run, which is already kind of off to a roaring start because there are emulation options available for the Switch already. In the long run, there will be solutions available for the content to get played. However, I think in terms of something that is actually sort of convenient and actively supported, you're sort of right in saying that there are enough concerns about the sort of long-term viability of having the game be very easily accessible to a mass audience that I think it's one of the reasons, among many, that you see so many former Maker content creators ultimately switch their interest to things like Super Mario World ROM hacks. Not only because of the kind of creative flexibility that you get there, and also from Nintendo not policing things too heavily, but because in the long run, I think there's a case to be made that the ROM hack scene is going to outlast the Maker scene. Even though it's always, for accessibility reasons, going to draw in a much smaller and more specialized crowd. Now, I'm kind of saying that not really from first-hand experience, because I'm not really a ROM hack player myself. Like, I watch it a fair bit on Twitch, but I don't really play it so much. But that's sort of just my reading of things in a general sense. Whoops, wrong way, wrong way. We almost had that. I knew I had to go up the pipe to drop that icicle, and I knew I had to go right, but when we dropped out of the pipe, things just went wrong. Sorry, I'm a little behind on chat. I'll try to catch up after a few attempts here. Oh, whoops. Too late. But yeah, even for Mario Maker 1, near the end of Maker 1, there was already a serious effort to do some kind of level preservation project in terms of people trying to dump the data offline, so one day it would be accessible by way of hacks and emulation. If you set up some kind of third-party server to connect to, that a modded game would be able to access. And given that that kind of level data mining already exists for Maker 2 and is developing very rapidly, I am less worried about this sort of thing than I used to be. And that's part of why I record so much video footage of Maker 2 as well. I find that in some ways it's more important to be streaming Maker content than to be streaming most other games, because you want to keep a record of this stuff for posterity. And also because the content is, you know, something very unique. It's not just the same thing that a lot of other people are playing with different moves here and there. It is, in many ways, a markedly different experience depending on what style of player you are and what kind of makers you know, who comes to your stream, and ultimately what you enjoy. And so that's one of the reasons that I always keep all of the VODs of my Mario Maker broadcast long term. Like, I save everything as a Twitch highlight. They're a little difficult to access in terms of finding it in the index, but I try to make sure that everything is preserved on video for as long as possible, so you can look back at it long after the fact, especially if things get taken down or deleted or nuked by Nintendo or further revised by the makers or something like that. This does get hard on the thumbs after a while, I must admit. Anyway, Goomba Hat. And we have even more. Oh, here's the flagpole. It kind of looked like you could go above the flag there at the end, but we're not going to see that. We're just going to exit, so. Anyway, I'll catch up on the chat in just a moment. But thank you so much for that, Luca. Here's Mang with the 1-minute record on this thing. Or should I say Mang69. With those cool shades. Luca, I'm sure you're going to tell me to look at the comment art in case there is any. Or, maybe not. But at some point I'm sure there will be. So, thank you for all the GGs. Let's mark that as a win. Let's plug in the next level. That's going to be from Samuel, who had a specific request today that we'll bring up as soon as we bring in your maker code. Rival Seeker, you were saying you've been exposed to something that's made you get some ideas on a 2D action-adventure game, so you're more interested in finding a new voice in gaming. Yeah, totally fair. I think that in many ways Mario Maker has always been kind of a gateway experience for a lot of people. Most of the modern ROM hack scene, in spite of Super Mario World ROM hacks and Lunar Magic and so on having been around for a very long time, most of the modern scene around a whole Kaizo community, etc., actually only started after Maker 1, when people like Hanga and Pooh and Barb and such kind of branched out in that direction and brought most of their crowd with them instead. And that's really been a foundation stone of that, and I'm sure we'll continue to see communities sort of splinter off and bubble away in time. And Samuel, you're kind of saying you want to branch into ROM hacks as well? Yeah, let's bring up your level first and we'll continue talking. Yeah, so Samuel, funny story. When I first started streaming, there was a point at which I was thinking I might try to pivot into ROM hacks, and I started, setting things up, planning out some of the content I was going to do, doing some technical tests over on my end to get everything up and running. And that was exactly when the big 3.0 Super World and Koopaling patch hit in this game. And that really brought me back into Mario Maker 2 in a big way, and I have just never left since. Because it was around that time that the patch released that I was starting to think, okay, let's, sort of explore some other stuff in the meantime. But since then, I have just had zero time for ROM hacks because that patch was so necessary to keep Mario Maker 2 vibrant in the long run. Bogu, welcome. Anyway, Samuel, you were saying wanted to see something specific. Is it Chain Chomp Clockwork Castle, since this is something that's not in the Super World, or is it something else? Do let me know. Samuel, is the stream lagging? Not that I can see on my end. I'm seeing everything fine on my end when it comes to my network. And yeah, Bogu, long queue today. We will hopefully get through everybody here because I haven't even been open for an hour. But we'll see. Maybe there will be some dropouts. Maybe some levels will go very smoothly. Unused, I mean a DLC bonus world level. Red coins are completely useless. You're saying that the Switch app is super laggy. Oh, in terms of just being way behind the broadcast. Red coins are useless. Let's get one. It's funny because just the other day I was playing a Maker 1 level where things are still jumpable if they are sinking slowly into lava. That's no longer the case in Maker 2, of course. As soon as they make contact with lava, you are dead. And you have nothing to jump on. So we'll just need to make that correction because we have had to adjust back and forth very quickly when it comes to mechanical differences between the two games. So the Icicle kind of gives you the calibration point for when you have to go. If you use the Icicle as a visual reference, it gives you the perfect location for when to bounce, and you kind of have to do a low bounce towards that as well. Oh, this is quite a pendulum here. Need to do a higher bounce up top, though. And oh yes, Gilmore. No, we know that actually because I've played a bunch of levels that used a chomp mounted on top of something else. So you're right about that. That's only stuff that dies in lava. So in general, that was just been missing. No, Gilmore has a good point. We're dealing with chomps here. I remember a Bufflin level in Maker 2, in fact, that had chomps peeking out of lava the whole way. You still need a good timing on this, though, because the chomp does not stay available for that long. And yeah, no, I'm totally aware that chomps are immune to lava. I have played many levels with that, using that in some way. But it's amazing how much, even if you have played tons of this game and even if you're very experienced, it's amazing how much you can kind of get wrong like while you're streaming. And, whoops. Oh, there is a coin there. I didn't even notice that before. Going to ROM hacks after Maker 2 is going to be complicated when it comes to getting rid of some habits. Oh, certainly the physics, too. Even going back to vanilla Super Mario World, I found that to be the case. Just going back to playing the original game once through, which I did in, I think, early 2020. I decided to blow through the whole thing and grab 96 exits one day, just to kind of refresh my memory. And like, Super Mario World is a lot more different from this than you might initially remember. And Grekowski, greetings to you as well. Yeah, but Mail, when it comes to the comparison to NSMBU, it's not just a jump physics, though, but a lot of the things like collision rules and such that are different between, say, Super Mario World and the Super Mario World theme in this game. Like, the way that pokies behave, for instance, collision-wise, the way that skewers behave, for sure. Nope, we need to spin. Yeah, so the coin is just kind of there to bait you a little bit lower here. You made, welcome. Oh, whoops. Got whacked in the face there, that was unfortunate. Humane, I only ever do next and sub-next, I never do random. This is currently next. So if you need to duck out for a while and come back later, that's perfectly acceptable. As long as you're here when you are called. My streams have been going way, way overtime lately because we've received so many submissions. But I'll try to keep things under control today. Whoops, 2 coins, successful. Okay, great. That's progress. But yeah, Humeda, I specifically never call random because I want people to feel comfortable ducking out if they think they're way back in the queue. You don't need to stay here continuously if you're in 10th or 11th position or something. Whoops. Grakowski, we just finished 1YMM the other day. And the levels have been excellent. Very rejuvenating experience in a way because like there are a lot of things that are kind of famously different between Maker 1 and Maker 2. But what caught me off guard were just how many subtleties that change between the two games I had also forgotten. Like the whole color scheme for how tracks look, for instance. Or the behavior of certain objects that spawn from blocks when you punch a block against the ceiling. There's tons of stuff that change between the two games that people don't talk about as much as they talk about things like the offsets or the pipe stacking or some of the bigger things like that. Whoops, no, I missed that anyway. So, Mail64. I might take viewer levels in Maker 1 in a few weeks' time, depending on how we're doing for time. So right now I'm just doing the Years of Mario Maker projects first, and then I have a couple of large-scale puzzles that I want to do second after that. That by itself is likely to take me to at least mid to late February. And from that point on, like, I'm hoping to take some Maker 1 suggestions and viewer levels and things like that, but it's going to depend on how my pace is on this stream, because if we're already like deep into March or something by that point, it might not be practical to do that right away, because I definitely want to stream the new Kirby when it comes out. And so that's going to be sort of the next big thing on the schedule that I want to be planning around. We really do need to remember to get a full jump on that chomp. That chomp does feel a little bit out of view. At least the way that I'm scrolling in with the camera. I find that I keep getting caught by surprise there, even though I've seen several times before that it's coming. That's the one thing in this level that doesn't feel totally blind-friendly so far, I would say, Samuel. Just a second chomp on that climb. And yeah, Mail64, you can't publish new Maker 1 levels, but I know that people do have, remarkably, some creations that they are proud of. And which, in some cases, they would not have seen in many years in terms of somebody actually bothering to record it, so... And yeah, Grakowski, that's one of the reasons that I kind of want to get properly warmed up in Maker 1 before I take on any of the truly difficult puzzles. Because right now I just don't have a very sharp mechanical memory for it, as I've been learning the hard way. Hey, there we go. Then... this is safe here. We'll just go like this, whoops, and miss slightly. That was almost right. Needed to shorten that jump slightly to get over to the other side. Yeah, Gilmore, you were saying at the start you thought you preferred Maker Physics, now you prefer Super Mario... Oh, you thought you preferred Super Mario World Physics, and now you prefer the Maker Physics, yeah. When I started playing Maker 1, it had been long enough since I last played the Super Mario World in any serious capacity that Super Mario World wasn't really that fresh on my mind anyway. But yeah, it's kind of surprising just how many things are different and how much of Mario Maker is kind of about capturing your childhood memory of what the games felt like at the time, rather than reproducing everything about them faithfully. It was actually one of the things that made Super Mario 35 such an interesting experience. Because right from day one, you could tell that they were not Maker physics. They were much closer to Super Mario 1 physics, but they weren't exactly the same as the Super Mario 1 rule set rather either, because so much of Mario 35 depended on things like consecutive bounces and high bounces, which you couldn't do in the original. But, you know, as a Maker player, the number of times you would die to bonking your head on a falling platform because you just think of them as semi-solids that you can jump through, and in SMB1, of course, they're not. You just bonk your head on them and they dunk you into the abyss. That was, I think, most of my deaths in Mario 35 in the first few days. Anyway, let's get over here. We know that the next jump here does get you up to the coin. And then we'll go in the next cycle on this chomp. Quite like the placement of the coins there. We need a shorter bounce if we want to go continuously like that. Terminator. Did the Maker 2 boo and like system change? It's not based on whether you beat it, but you can't like or boo it if you are still on your first attempt. If you have not taken a death or a reset or anything on the level, you can't boo or like it. So if you are in Endless, for instance, you can't enter that right when you just open a level at the beginning. Like, you can't just boo something and then skip it without actually even having played it. So that's the limitation, and the limitation applies outside of Endless as well. Like, when you're seeing the level for the first time, you can't enter a vote. I believe it's always been that way. Got that money, welcome. Good to see you here. I've seen Got That Money that you've been pretty active back in this game again, although I still have to catch up on some of the new material sometime. We have a preposterous queue today, so I don't know how long you can stay. I was previously running 2 viewer streams. I want that coin. I was previously running 2 viewer level streams a week, and lately it hasn't really been tenable, so I kind of reduced it to 1, but then because we got so many people queuing on this Saturday to Sunday stream now, it just runs way, way too long. So I might try to go back to doing 2 short streams rather than 1 long stream when it comes to viewer levels, but I'm still kind of sorting it out. This is our first month running in a new time slot, so there are a lot of adjustments that I'm going to have to make to have something that works for everybody in the long term. In terms of, you know, actually getting your levels played in a reasonable amount of time. But yeah, I got that money. Good to see you here. And Samuel, I know you said the coins are useless. I know you said the coins are useless, but the thing is, my sense of achievement in video games is not motivated by rewards, but rather by the intrinsic quality of the tasks themselves. So and I got that money. You're comfortable just sitting back and observing today? Yeah, that's great. You're always welcome to as well. And Mail64 tonight is take 1 on your 4-4 in your Super World. And yeah, I mean, you entered right from the start, so hopefully we'll do you very soon. I believe you're next, actually, so we'll Try to make it happen. Oh, whoops. Anyway, let's get up here. Get up here. And that's going to take me up. Whoops, and up. Okay, much fewer problems with that chomp lately. Like I said, the second chomp felt a little bit blind at first, but I can see why that problem would seem to just sort of disappear after a while if you are familiar with the level. Anyway, what's going to come up here? This guy. Whoops. Oh, almost got that. I just didn't quite get enough height off the first bounce. Now let's wait a little bit here until the chomp gets dunked. Okay. Whoops. Yeah, once again, I knew that was coming. And yet. So we'll see. I mean, it might just be a bit of tunnel vision on my part. Maybe it is a lot more visible than I think it is when I scroll up, and it's just something I'm not paying enough attention to. Yeah, it's actually... I guess maybe if the chomp is kind of at the top of its swing... I kind of see what's going on there, actually. That because you have the two chomps that are kind of swinging at the same time, you're likely to go past the bottom chomp when it's at the top of its swing. That also means the top chomp is also at the top of its swing, and that's when it's likeliest to be out of view on the camera. And yeah, now that I look at the gap between your vines, I can kind of see that as being the intention there. You know, to let the camera actually catch up with you. But I'll just try to find a more comfortable pattern for myself to enter that on. So let's get over here, sync a bit. And perhaps take your advice to wait for once. There we go. And we'll actually wait a little bit here. So we can time that properly. And we've got a big swing coming down below. There we go. Now this pattern is going to be symmetrical, so we'll barely make it. Whoops. Oh, that's something. Wonder if I missed a coin down there, actually. I didn't properly take a look at that. Whoops, nope. There we go, that's what I wanted. Here's a checkpoint. Actually, kind of wonder how low I can go on this. Let's go down, actually. See if there's anything down below. Donut blocks, interesting. Don't see anything buried there, though. Looks like there are on-off switches up top that you can potentially hit with some kind of up throw. Or, well, okay. This seriously reminds me of one of the first things I made in Maker 1. It was not nearly as polished as this level, but I was definitely playing around with chomp stacks that work similarly. We have to grab the spring, and then we're going to use the spring to unstack this. No, we're going to use the spring to hit the on-off switches. Actually, why not both? So that's sort of interesting, that you can grab the spring and then, because it dies, you can go into its despawn or respawn range. and spawn it a second time once you've killed it with the on-off switches, if you are throwing and then running all the way to the left. In fact, the spacing of this room is designed, I think, specifically to encourage that, so you can use your second crack at the spring to perhaps reposition this guy. I assume the spike here is an SD lock mechanism. Oh, look. Oh, I see. Okay, that's why. In case you break something, perhaps. Oh, we've been hitting ground here. Hang on. We don't actually need to fight this guy. Whoops, I accidentally grabbed it. I was trying to run to the left, and that was not quite what I was looking for. And yes, the chumps are absolutely eating tonight. Thank you for the resub, Terminator. Terminator, if you want your sub to be properly acknowledged in the queue, you will have to leave and resubmit, but I don't know if that's a sensible thing to do given your current position. It might not be, so I'll leave that up to you if you want to be in the sub queue or not. And yeah, because the bot doesn't just recognize that automatically. But yeah, thank you so much, Terminator, for your continued viewership and support. Oh, whoops. I think I did a bit of a boo-boo here. Wonder if this is salvageable. Might not be. Hence the death spike. Hitting the on-off with a spring is the alternate solution. Yeah, well, alternate solutions are what I do, apparently. Terminator asks, how many subs are in the queue right now? Let me check that for you, actually. Let's, I need to take a look at my list manually for that. 5. Male Zigzy Mang Nintenium Melon Rind. So that's your answer. Sub next, Terminator. I switch between next and sub next. The next thing is going to be sub next. Oh, whoops. Wonder how that happened. Oh, because something with the bomb activation, actually. Ah, I see. Because if you ram the guy into the spring, the bomb projects upwards. You get a collision here that blows up the bomb within range, and that dies. Interesting. Because I just naturally assumed it would be a spring pickup there that I had to use. Whoops. Missed the spin completely. That was maybe a slightly embarrassing death. Love the 3 yellow coins under the checkpoint, by the way, indicating that at this point you should have 3 pink coins. I've seen a couple makers do that. I associated that with the Green Star, actually. For those who know Green Star. He's somebody who does that as well. But a couple of makers do that, and it's much appreciated when you do have pink coins that are as useless as the ones in this level. Whoops. Terminator, I don't know if replacing your level works. I don't think it does, but you can try it. But anyway, like I said, I'll leave it up to you to decide which queue to be in. And remember that, you know, we may have some people drop out anyway, as we often do if I'm taking too long. Okay, up we go. I hope the fact that the on-off reactivated here doesn't spoil anything. Oh, I accidentally hit the corner again and lost a spin jump. So yeah, Samuel, I assume that you've tested for this kind of thing, but if the on-off switch gets reactivated by that interaction, certainly you would want to make sure that doesn't break anything by locking you out. I assume you've checked that, but kind of important to keep that in mind as an edge case anyway, if we are going for the alternate solution here. And yeah, the stack hits the spring, and that's how the activation happens. Come on. No, once again, not positioning the spring correctly, not positioning the spin correctly, rather, and just tripping over the corner. It doesn't make a difference. Good to know. Yeah, it seemed like you would have checked for that kind of thing, so... Anyway, this allows you to scout. It allows you to scout the upper position for the next swamp. Much appreciated that you can do that. Whoops. Can we salvage this? Almost, almost. I knew how the top ledge was going to go. The scouting is a big help there. And we'll pop that. And we'll go back. I'm still thinking about the death spike there and how the lock there would work if you do, in fact, lock yourself in. Like, I'm trying to reverse engineer what you've tried to prevent there in terms of making things unclearable. Like, I guess if you somehow toss the spring into an unreachable location, like if you somehow manage to throw it over the left side or something, that would do it. I'm not going to try it right now, of course, but there's a death spike right there. We could try it if we wanted to, but I'm just kind of theorizing here. Whoops. Terminator, let me just check the Warp World queue quickly to see if the code replacements properly registered you as a sub. I don't think it does, but let me just check that. And it does not, Terminator. But like I was saying, I think your position may or may not be roughly equivalent depending on who drops anyway, so I'll just let you trust your own judgment on that. Or actually, Terminator, I'm going to do this. Terminator, if you leave the queue and rejoin it, I'm going to manually move you back into your current position, which is right after Meng. How about we do that instead, so we don't just depend on the bot? This is easy for me to do, so I can just do that manually. So, Terminator, if you want to rejoin, I'll just slip you in after Meng. If you up-throw the spring into the chomp, it doesn't respawn after it dies. Why did I do that? Oh, because you can, in fact, do that. And probably slip your way in. And yeah, Terminator, I'll handle that in just one moment. Whoops. I'll do it now, in fact. Just give me 1 second to shuffle things around on the back end. And let me just check the list quickly to make sure you're in the right place. Okay, you are. And yeah, it's not a big deal on my part to do it manually when I have a manageable queue. Now, I may have to close queue fairly early today, so we have a realistic chance of getting through everybody who is currently in. We're about an hour 15 into the stream right now. I will probably close at about the hour-and-a-half mark. If we miraculously manage to get through people early, then I'll do a second opening at the end for people who come in late from Europe, for instance, but I will likely close earlier than usual today just to make sure things don't get too clogged up. Atlantis, welcome. There we go. Oh, whoops. Slipped off again. Right off the corner. Yeah, so probably around the time that we're finished with this level, we'll start looking into potentially closing, but just be aware of that if you do plan to submit. Yeah, because we are running at a new and earlier time, I am still kind of figuring out what our method will be to accommodate people. Because this is much earlier than some of my EU regulars are used to logging on, so... But we'll figure it out as we go. Here we go. Now this is interesting that we tail this guy over. Very nice finish. Love how well that's signaled, actually. Very well signaled. Anyway, pink coins are useless, key goes nowhere, and that is a completion. So thank you for that, Samuel. I know from a playtesting perspective, you were probably wondering about that ending there in terms of whether somebody would actually be able to read it that smoothly. But hey, look at this. I am exactly 10 minutes over the record time. Exactly 10 minutes to the dot. I'm just going to stare at that for a moment because it's so unlikely. Anyway, that was very satisfying, and the level was good as well. So yeah, for those who are unaware, Samuel recently uploaded a 36 level Super World, so if you like what you just saw, highly recommend that you check out his profile. Not that I've played the world myself, of course. Did I mark that as a win already? Let me see. Just going to make sure. And we're going to do sub next, which is going to be male 64. And we'll see how we do over the next few levels and how quickly we can shrink the queue. Kraken's Tendrils. And this is going to be a sort of first version playtest of something made for Mel64's Super World in Progress. Monstrosity lurks in the deep. Survive. The Wings Eldritch Horror. Okay. I was trying to read that as like The Wings or The Wings. I think it's The Wings. Maybe. Your SO drew the level and you made the level based on this. Oh, that's interesting. So you started with the pixel art. That's very neat. Oh, you mean drew the level. Let's take a look. Oh, wow. I know you're going to put it into Super World, but when you finalize this, this is an example of a level where you probably do want to advertise in the text that people should check this. And tell them to click more info. Usually, you know, I find that when people do that, sometimes it can be a little bit obnoxious in the description, but in this case, I think it's very, very well deserved. And that's fantastic. I'm looking forward to seeing what the layout itself is going to be, so. She's an artist, so the hardest part was convincing her, yeah. But yeah, you definitely want to point people to this. I'm sure that other artists are going to give you fantastic comment art in return once you do begin to finalize this. Anyway, let's take a look at it in its current form. As usual, at Male64, if we have multiple branching routes going everywhere, we'll just try to focus on one particular course and do additional playtests over the next little while if we can. And yeah, Luca, that's a good point in terms of previewing the pixel art itself. Maybe the pixel art was just laid out in advance. Melon Run or Gilmore, that is a perfect moment for the relevant set of Twitch emotes. We're going to go left over here. Look at that, player choice. As long as you don't lose the mushroom. Thwomp is going to kill itself here. It means that we can't go over, but we can just bounce this again. Pop this. And then close this again if we want. We can go in here, but let's see what's outside. Just 30 coin and Super Ball. Of course we're taking Super Ball. Now, can I go back downstairs in the off state? No, I can't. Unless maybe I do some kind of Super Ball deflection. Oh no, it doesn't do anything with the on-off switch. I'm thinking of some other mechanic. I'm thinking of some other Super Ball interaction that I don't remember off the top of my head. Oh, I'm probably thinking of the patched out interaction with the Super Ball projectile itself interacting with the blue and red blocks. I think that was taken out, actually, the fact that you could get the Super Ball stuck. There was, I believe, I want to say it was a Tetraterix level that used that, actually, but I don't exactly remember. Super Ball hits P-switches. Yeah, that I know. We've used that a lot. Fire flowers all over the place. And, yeah, okay, so the pixel art, as we might have expected, was planned outside the game. I kind of wonder what we could have done here. Let's take a look at this. It looks like that if you activated a P-switch and came in here with, say, maybe an infinite P-switch mechanism or something, it would have been with a different on-off state coming in from the previous room, I think. And then whatever is being blocked off down here... Ah, no, you're going to come back to the central chamber eventually. There's going to be some other on-off interaction that allows you to loop back here. Possibly something that allows you to progress with a continuous P-switch activation once you come back to the central room. That's how I'm reading it anyway. Looks like two possible paths through here. Let's see. Okay, good. Soft lock defense up here. Very important. I wonder if we can actually sneak under the P as it's spawning and get the head bump on it. I want to see. No, we can't. And I no longer have the Super Ball, so much for the interaction. Here we're just trying to go continuously and race the P over to the next room. Oh, it is continuous anyway. It activates itself. It's going to drop a stump. That's going to let you through here. I don't know if there's anything that's fire flower dependent, but... Oh, blaster dropping on the right side. What's that going to do? Okay, I see. So the P-switch does expire in this segment. We will go back and try to reactivate it then. And yeah, we just need to go back and do it, I think. Oh, we have 70 seconds left. I wasn't even watching the clock. Taking this maybe a bit slowly. But if we make it past P-switch, I assume checkpoint might actually be fairly soon, so... Whoops, lost a flower. That's going to affect our progress. But we'll look at this anyway. Yeah, if you respawn through here, I guess the stump setups... break a little from how they were set up before. And then when you proceed through here, with 49 seconds remaining, the blaster is going to come down and give you the store. After having broken that once, I suppose. Okay. Let's go down here. Wondering about accessing that brick. It might have been a P-switch thing, actually, if you are able to clear it with a coin that it transforms into. But we won't think too hard about it just yet until we've seen a bit more of what's going on here. And... okay, here's a junior fight. Whoops. Oh, timeout, okay. The arrow means you have to re-upload it. I don't think I caught which arrow you were talking about, but... okay, that's interesting. If you swim back here, you get trapped with a P-switch, but then you can just reset it directly here. Okay. No different. I don't think it breaks too much. Yeah, for a level of this pace, especially underwater, I think longer time limit is probably useful. I did have a lot of back and forth with the P-switches that you probably would not have accounted for, though, so... little things like that can make all the difference. And yeah, you do need a double activation here to get through that door. So let's do that. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's go down. And... in. And once again, we're going to fight Junior, this time with a slightly more generous clock. Yeah, it's sort of interesting that you are kind of doing a loop around back to the same central chamber. But the combination of the P-switch layout and the on-off switching is what changes the states enough in the central chamber that you are able to see that fight. Now, the interesting question for me is, if you're doing it not from checkpoint, but just from the beginning, is there any difference? I don't think there is, because like from checkpoint, we are doing a double activation of that P-switch anyway to come through here. I mean, that's something you would have picked up during clear check, though, in terms of whether or not there is going to be a difference between starting from scratch and starting a checkpoint when it comes to what has broken by the time you get to Junior. But I think it's the same, because you're going to be breaking everything by activating the P-switch twice. Yes, and I kind of gathered that there was a little bit of a difference between going Super Ball or Flower. It was sort of signaled by the flowers that are up top over here. Also, I noticed that I am allowed to go through here, in fact, and get back out as well. I hadn't even noticed that. That means I am able to get one flower, as well as drop back down. And yeah, key door ultimately will be where we're going after we grab the key, I'm sure. But the fact that we have an on-off state change makes me wonder that we can do something else. Whoops. Oh, no, let's get out, let's get out. Naturally, we're going to ignore the key door and just kind of fool around. Ah, no, you do need to stand on something. Now, is it possible to lose the clown car here? I don't think we need it, though, because we can just go through here. Yeah, so the clown car isn't needed to bust anything open, but we should check anyway. I'm totally going to die from curiosity here. I mean, you're giving me a fire car. Surely the fire car is going to do something. I'm just gonna check. Maybe not. Hang on. Let me just see here. Ice blocks are not accessible, okay. And what else up top? Bricks here, not really. Yeah, we can grab a flower. We've got plenty of those to go around. Fire car is for junior only. Well, okay. I mean, with your style of level building, it was worth checking, I think. So, the audience is going to give me a cheer. This is a Fireflower Gate up top. And there's some kind of proximity activation that we hit on the way up. But anyway, sure, let's grab the flagpole. Wait. Okay, I was trying to dodge it. If we took a hit, actually, if I was small and took damage from the bullets, I should have been able to go above the flagpole and around. Sound was temporarily gone and now it's back. Thank you for letting me know about that. I will do a reset just as a precaution anyway if it is blinking off. So, because it seems to be glitching out a bit. So let me try to fix that quickly. Anyway, thank you for offering me first clear. And once again, spectacular artwork over here. So, all credit to your SO for putting that together. Give me one moment, I'm going to reset the sound. And we'll see if that remains stable later in the stream. We have not had that problem with Maker 1 lately, oddly enough. So something about the Switch's audio signal, as opposed to Wii U's audio signal, has been causing issues. Curious. Might be a cable issue, but we'll see. Back in just a moment. Okay, should hopefully be working. Next is going to be next, and so the real Starlight, if you are still here, please check in. Thank you for waiting so patiently. That real Starlight does not appear to be here. So just wait a moment and then call up. Oh, we forgot to put a win on mail. Let me just do that quickly. Next is going to be Rival Seeker. Once we... Oh, hang on. Get things working on my end. I don't know if Rival Seeker stayed either, so we'll see how much of the queue we're clearing out right now, and I'll make a decision based on that as to when we're closing. I'll just give Rival Seeker a moment to respond to the ping. I don't see them in the chat. And the next one after that will be Zigzy. And Terminator, you saw my inputs in the SD Death. Oh yes, in the Loop and Snoop SD lock video. Yeah, I didn't pick the Fist of the North Star background. That was Loop and Snoop's artistic representation of what I apparently come off as when I'm giving that advice. So I don't deserve any credit for that. That was very much a directorial act of license. And yeah, Zigzy's still here, Striker's still here. Yeah, thanks for letting me know. We'll make sure we call you properly when we get you your respective levels. Let me remove Rival Seeker and Zigzy. It looks like you should be next, so let's bring you in. And we can stay open just a little longer, I suppose. we've got a couple of skips here. And let's see how we're doing for the next level in terms of length, difficulty, etc. Anyway, Zigzy, if you have a specific recommendation, let me know. I don't know if you're asking me to play the new Boss Blitz or if you would like to see something else. So if you don't let me know, I'm going to pick a Boss Blitz, although I see that it's technically tagged for multiplayer versus. Okay, we'll do it. Only one clear on it so far, so we'll see how it goes. And yeah, hopefully the sound is fixed and remains that way. Do let me know if anything sounds glitchy. Yeah, I will say that, you know, if you're picking up a power-up right away, like this, it's probably better not to have the ceiling height be low enough to squash you immediately. It's nicer to give the player a bit more headroom when it doesn't interfere with anything else in the level. Height connections coming out of there are quite nice though, and let's get right into the boss hall. Number 1. Yeah, low ceiling in this room, of course, is just going to be part of the challenge. But he's never going to leave that platform, so I can just pop him as much as I want with a bit of a crouch jump. Not going to bother trying to fireball this guy when we have a much better alternative method. Okay, that's key number 1. And let's see here. Iggy's going to do his Michael Jackson moonwalk. What I will say so far, though, is that both of these fights are not currently adding anything that's sort of unique to the mechanics that are already built into the Koopaling. So if you want to make your boss rush a little more distinct, you want to have something a little unique going on in the arena that takes advantage of their movement or their projectiles, or it's just something to kind of make your fights different from other fights. Like this one, for instance. This one's a good idea. In terms of being zoned out by icicles and having to pay attention to which ones are available. And also having Wendy stay there instead of being baited into any kind of icicle hit. I would say that even if you want to begin with easy difficulty and ramp your way up, you can still make an easy level fight interesting. And that is worth doing so. That I would definitely recommend trying to do something a little more unique with the Larry and Iggy fights, even if they are meant to be an introductory experience. Like, you can make an easy fight, but it can still be a unique easy fight. And got that money, you don't know if you're going to make it past 2 AM, but yeah, you can trust your own judgment there. We may or may not run into some roadblocks by the time we get to you anyway, so we'll see if we can accommodate you. And failing that, I'll try to get you at another point. So we are pretty consistently starting at around 8 Pacific, 11 Eastern now, though, for most streams. That's been the case since the beginning of January. I was originally kind of doing it as a bit of a trial time back in December, but it's become pretty regular and consistent lately. So if you want to get in early in the queue, that would be when to do it. And hopefully I can maintain that consistency in the schedule in the days ahead. Nope, bad idea. Okay, let's try to roll her over. If we do that, we can maybe start getting her repositioned off the center. And the fact that she hops here is good for me, if I can actually get the icicle to get a hit. Yeah, it's the initial hit here that's going to take a bit of work. Now you'll notice that you can just kind of camp here. I do sort of like the, you know, risk and reward dynamic of this fight in that you can camp for safety, but you do need to take a risk in order to approach her at least once. But for the other hits, we'll just reposition her like that. Now, Lemmy's always lots of fun. The camera positioning here, I don't know if that quite works. I know you want to use enough height here to really kind of make it a stretch to get up to the on-off and also load him into the arena. I will say that the initial camera position of building him into this part of the layout does feel a little bit awkward. Like, I don't know how easy it would be to swap his position in the level layout with one of the other fights, so you get the camera's center line to behave in a way that makes the whole layout a bit more visible. Because right now you see how not only do you not have the scroll stop going on the left or right, but you have, on the right side rather, but you also have this issue where you have a bunch of dead space on the bottom, and no real visibility of where you're going up top. So I would rethink the placement of that room, I think, to really think about how the camera is going to react to the player when you're actually playing it live. Got That Money is not just a scroll stop issue going left and right, though. It is partly a vertical camera placement issue in terms of you know, having the player spawn at the door kind of just below the center line where you're tugging it up. And sorry, I'm a little behind in the chat, Zigzy. I will look at that in just a moment. Yeah, this is a nice use of Roy. Roy's very interesting in this game. I'm quite biased because I also made a Roy level not long ago. But yeah, I've seen this kind of layout used for a couple of Koopaling fights before. I like the way it connects to the initial room there. That's a bit of a twist. It's still kind of a straightforward Koopaling fight, but it works. Anyway, the main issue here with Morton that I'm going to have to deal with is the fact that he is so low on that ceiling that unless I get him out of that slot, we're going to have some issues with the ground pound if I'm not careful. So let's get him out of the way. Getting him out of the center so we don't get stun locked is probably the best idea here. And general rule of thumb, Zigzy, is that most camera issues in this game, in Mario Maker 2 in particular, can be mitigated. And that's why it's always important, especially in rooms that are segmented by lots of doors and pipes, to always test what it's going to look like for the player when they spawn into the door or pipe and get into the room. Not just testing from directly hitting play in the editor. Because you'll find that camera positioning makes a huge difference to the sense of polish in the game. And that is a lot more controllable than you would think it is, especially in Maker 2. Like, I don't think your layout here is crammed enough that you don't have the flexibility to move things around to get the positioning to be a little bit cleaner. Anyway, this room looks pretty good, though. The fact that you're kind of playing in a central space the whole time means that, for the most part, you're not going to have any issues with the leftward scroll. And everything is built narrowly enough that you should not have any problems with spawning or despawning. Let's get Morton to move backwards if I can. Okay. Yeah, this is all about getting him out of there. And yeah, he backs away from me. That's a very important thing to understand about his pattern. And so I do kind of have to stay in the center and just push him out gently. Okay, let's do that. And yeah, conceptually speaking, I always like Koopaling boss rushes. And in terms of the kind of pacing and escalation of the fights that you're going for, it's kind of nice and gradual. In that, you know, if you want sort of a gentle difficulty curve that introduces some more elements to dodge and some more timings to play with, it's a pretty good progression from one boss to the next. But like I said, even easy bosses can be made a little less vanilla. I think, though, quite seriously, that the main thing here is the camera, though. Like, really kind of think about the vertical positioning of these rooms as well as scroll stopping where necessary. Whoop. Anyway, sorry, I'm a little behind on the messages. You're saying I wanted to power up for Ludwig. Well, we'll see. I mean, the whole idea behind a boss rush is that you are encouraging the player to try to keep power-ups for as long as possible just by having a long spacing between checkpoints. Where the thing that I think makes boss rushes nice is that every hit that you take feels very impactful, in that you might pay the price for it much, much later. And that you know that in advance, that you know that you want to play every fight as cleanly as possible, and so, you know, boss rushes kind of discourage you from just blasting your way through and damage boosting through everything. And I've always liked that about boss rushes in any game, not just Maker. I mean, the fights should still be, you know, doable without a power-up, and they are. But we definitely have a strong incentive to come here with the ability to take a hit. Now, notice that there is going to be a... I was about to say a bit of a safe zone in a corner, but of course I died to Ludwig. But yeah, Ziggsy, I mean, from the perspective of the player, I don't know what's coming. I don't know, if I haven't seen a fight for the first time, what I have to look forward to, so you kind of have to keep that in perspective. Like, you should be designing for people who will not have you to guide them in chat. But with boss rush formats, it's usually pretty obvious that you want to be keeping power-ups for as long as you can. Whoops. Yeah. Let's go over here. But yeah, it's an interesting Warden fight. You know, there is this kind of safe box that you can stand in, but you do need to understand how to reposition him if that's the case. Like, there's still enough headroom that, you know, you can play flexibly, but you still need to be quite careful, especially when you are potentially at risk of a stun lock. One thing to note about that level, though, is that if you are in the central part of the central platform in Morton's room, thank you for the follow, by the way, one thing you have to watch out for is that I think that's actually a safe zone from his stun lock, in terms of his projectiles not actually being able to climb the walls towards you. Usai R, what is my favorite levels type? That's a good question. I play all sorts. I play a lot of puzzles on the stream. I also play a lot of levels by like very kind of contraption-minded makers, or makers who kind of have very original mechanics to show off. And that's kind of reflected in the crowd that we mostly attract as well. Like, this is not a can I beat this extremely hard and precise Sting stream. This is more of a can we appreciate what kind of level design the maker is doing stream, if that makes sense. Like, we kind of mostly talk about design decisions that the makers are doing, and it's always very rewarding to play levels that kind of give me a lot to talk about in that respect, in terms of showing off new and clever setups. Oops, my mistake. A little too far over. And yeah, thank you for the submission. I will likely be closing the queue after you. So you may be our last one in the sequence today, if you are able to stay to the end. I'll make that decision soon, though, depending on how difficult the later fights in this one are. But yeah, thank you for EQ1. Okay, we'll bop this guy. Not quite. That was an easy thing to dodge. It's just that his shell pattern takes forever and ever. And here we are. And yeah, just bouncing Morton back and then sniping him like that seems to be very reliable. So basically I just need to hold position at the beginning until he gets into an advantageous location. But yeah, as you can see here, even if you do get stun locked by Morton, it seems like this whole central area is just an indefinite safe zone. So that's something that you want to watch out for. It's okay to have safe zones in boss fights if playing too passively means you also can't really attack, like where the player has to get out of their comfort zone to get anything done. But in general with boss rooms, you want this kind of dynamic where at some point the player is compelled to take a risk and get some movement in. And this does that. Like, a lot of these fights do kind of capture that properly. As you can see here, in this fight, if you stay in the corners where you're reasonably well defended from the cannons, and indeed, even if the cannons are slightly off screen so they don't fire because of screen positioning, that's something that you should be aware of. Anyway, Boom Boom is going to boom. Oh, we got Bowser Fire coming here too. The scream when Roy dies is amazing, yeah. It kind of is. Yeah, the thing about Roy's pattern in this game, of course, is that when he is in his peaking phase, like, sometimes the hitbox is a bit misleading. You learn to deal with it with practice, but it still throws me off sometimes that there are so many states where he's visible on screen, but not actually touchable. And, you know, I've played against a lot of Roy, so I've seen this many, many times, but that is a fantastic scream. I'm just thinking of the film, if any of you know the film by Brian De Palma, Blowout, where John Travolta plays a sound engineer. And one of the subplots in the film is that he's trying to capture the sound of a woman's scream for the audio that they're doing in the film. I just sort of thought of that at that moment. It's an excellent scream. Anyway, let's wait for Morton to get over here, and then there we go. Since Captain Toad is sort of free for the week, Pink Toad. Yes, that's true. Captain Toad is free on the Switch this week. Toadette's biggest playable appearance to date. Game where she really kind of came into her own as a character who wasn't just extra spin-off filler. Some of you may remember that on the stream last spring, we did play the entire Switch exclusive content that was in Captain Toad Treasure Tracker. So that would be the special episode DLC and also the Super Mario Odyssey levels that were not present in the original Wii U version. And so we played that for a couple sessions last year. If you take advantage of the Captain Toad free week on Switch, not only do you get to play the original game between now and the 20th, if you're a Nintendo Switch Online subscriber, but if you get through the main campaign, if you just kind of rush through it, you can see the Odyssey levels. And the DLC chapter is fairly cheap, so I think you can probably still access it separately without having to buy into the main game while the trial week is on. The special episode DLC is very, very short, and half of it is kind of remixed levels, but the finale is very interesting. It's the Mariclon style finale. It's not as hard as the one in the main game, but it's still a fairly unique arcade-style survival experience, and I enjoyed it very much. Anyway, let's do this. I haven't used a single fireball. Yeah, because I find jumps to be easier anyway. Like, I mean, these fights are set up in rooms where it generally doesn't really make that much sense to fight from a distance. But for Morton's fight, it would. For Morton's fight, you could just kind of shoot him because he's under the ceiling the whole time. I'm not making it 10 times harder. Jumps give you a full third of the way through the fight. Fireballs do not. Fireballs just kind of chip away until you get whacked. Like, if you look at the positioning of a lot of these fights, there are a few fights that a Fire Flower will benefit you for, but in general, I prefer to jump it. You get a couple clean hits, you're done. So. I mean, the whole thing about game design is that you're not going to control how the players choose to play, no matter how hard you try to signal or force it. And you always just have to kind of be aware of that. Yeah, personally, never been a fan. Yeah, I got that money. I think if you set it up well, there are interesting things that you can do with it. Especially with the way that it would kind of really stretch out the fight over the 3 available phases over which you hit the Koopaling, but yeah, in general, I kind of prefer to play these by movement anyway. Didn't really mean to bounce off the walls here. Anyway, let's get over here. We have to be aware of Bowser Fire, but we have what was a pretty viable position for Boom Boom. I was a little low that time, but it is possible to have a consistent method for him until we get Bowser Fire coming in, and then Let's get a bit dicey. But yeah, Mordin is one fight that I can see kind of benefiting from the Fireball, as long as you don't get stun locked. Like I was saying, because the central platform is actually a safe zone, you might as well just use the safe zone to push Mordin out of there, instead of trying to shoot him from the side and dodge the quick stun lock the whole time. Anyway, let's go. And we'll see. Can we push Morton back? Yes, we can. Whoops, no, we can't. Yes, we can. Like I said, it's totally a safe zone in the middle. I actually don't care about the Sunlock if I can get him into a good position and also stay central enough that I don't get toasted on either side. But yeah, Morton is actually pretty straightforward if you just get him out of position and off to the edges. He's not too tough to deal with here. And yeah, Ziggsy, we'll see if we can beat it. It looks very beatable for me, but mistakes do happen. And we do have a long queue today, so we'll see. I mean, we've seen the fights, and that's the important thing from a design perspective. Whoops. Okay, we'll sneak in here and we'll actually be big for Boom Boom. And we'll just stay in these fairly regular locations. And here Bowser Fire is going to start doing its sting. And that's okay, we'll just head off to the side. And try to reposition this way. Oops. Just try to find a good advantageous cycle, and that was almost it. I was a little out of position to the side, actually. And yes, indeed, Netcat, that is something we do quite often on the stream, exceeding the correct allowance of time. And yeah, trying to get above Boom Boom before he takes flight the second time is a good idea if I can manage it. Big Boom Boom in that kind of position, it might be a little bit difficult to get the spacing right because I have to dodge his spike form first. So we'll see what happens with that. So yeah, Boom Lad is currently giving us a bit of a beating, but okay, we'll bounce him. And then let's see what's next. And so yeah, Netcat, hope you're doing well. Okay, we'll get that first bounce on him here, and then we'll take the death. Yeah, I think we will definitely be closing queue at the end of this level, at the very latest. And we'll give it a few more attempts to see if we can get past Boom Boom. I think it's absolutely within my ability. It's just a lot of minor mistakes along the way. Ooh, this is a bad attempt. Well, let's just take the death and redo this. That's just too many hits. Okay, there we go. Nice spacing on him for once. Nope, just a long, long shell pattern. Just takes forever. Anyway, we'll just let him do his thing. And forward. Okay, we'll just shove Morton back if we can. He'll have to do his little stochastic random walk here until he backs up into the correct position, or gets up front into the correct position. And yeah, it's just on the North American subscription to Nintendo Switch Online that you get Captain Toad for free this week. The entire game, and the game's not long. It has a pretty good 100% finale, though. That is going to be a significant part of one's playtime if you decide to go for it. But yeah, I played the original on Wii U. I got it again on the Switch mainly because of a pricing error that I took advantage of, where there was a digital code for the special episode DLC at one point that people noticed was priced like the DLC alone, but actually included the full game and the DLC accidentally. And so I knew I had to pick that up, because I wasn't going to rebuy the game just to play the Switch content. But if I could get a reduction on the whole thing, then yeah, we'd do it. Broadman, thank you for submission. Getting in right before closing. And man, it wasn't theft, it was larceny. There's a difference. Anyway, let's get over here. Very nice hitbox. We've run into it quite a few times. Zigzy. Oh yeah, what happened to Changing Toad? Yeah, that's right. Thank you for the request, Atlantis. That'll be next attempt. Yeah, thanks for reminding me of that. I just overlooked that for a moment, because the chat was moving quickly. Took advantage of it like that Amazon rampage. Luca, you'll have to be... well, to be absolutely clear, I never said that I personally was the one who was robbing trains in California. So I'm going to maintain a certain level of deniability here when it comes to rating everybody else's deliveries. So yeah, you can see that the camera is actually a little bit of an issue on this fight, because it does scroll the cannons off screen enough that they don't fire their cannonballs if you just stay low on the ground. You see, if you don't raise the camera position, they just don't fire at you. If you raise it slightly, they do fire at you, even just half a tile. But this is why camera placement is really, really important. You have to bug test this stuff pretty thoroughly. Otherwise, it just breaks half the fight, right? Like, you just never engage with the mechanic, and you just cheese it if you know the camera positioning is going to do that. Okay, couldn't quite get up top. Whoops. Yeah, once again, that hitbox. Let me check the length of the queue, Ziggsy, because I think we may bail at this point. Yeah, the queue is just a little bit on the long side today, so we will tap out for the moment. It would have been nice to get to clear on this. We were quite close, I think. But mainly, like I was saying, it's just a lot of camera placements and room placement that can be cleaned up. Like, you've got tons of room to work with in this level layout, right? Since things are divided into separate rooms anyway, there's no particular need to stack the fights on top of each other in the layout like you're doing. Just use more of the available space, stretch out the goal, have more things placed in the bottom half so you can have continuous scroll stops that actually work. I see that there's a Bowser fight at the end that we didn't see either. Like, you've got tons and tons of space in the level layout itself that you can use to clean up pretty much all of the positional elements that were giving the camera trouble. So I do highly recommend, if you're going to build a boss rush like this, sort of shuffling the rooms around a bit so everything just looks a little more stable and things like the cannons are consistently functional. But anyway, like I said, boss rushes are in general kind of nice, and the progression you had from boss to boss difficulty-wise felt like a neat curve, even if the first two fights were pretty vanilla. So thank you for that. Let's put a loss on it. Yeah, don't worry about that, Humade. I always do check for people manually instead of just depending on Twitch to tell me who is on or offline. So we'll be extra careful about that in case of any discrepancies. I'm going to close the queue once we punch in the next level code. And yeah, that was a next just now. We're going to do a sub next next. And then this is the current state of the list, 10 in queue. We're going to be here a while. And I'm going to take a moment to just update the stream title and the bot display to make sure we're absolutely clear that we're not taking more submissions for now. But everybody who is already in, if you stay when you were called, you will be played. Speaking of which, Mang, I'm sure you're still here, but you may as well check in to confirm. Yeah, you just spoke up a minute ago, so let's bring you in. Natcat, the wheel was weighted to pick Mang. Yeah, well, I am not, if I can help it, going to spend 2 hours on Mang's level this week like I did with Mole on Mole Action last week. I will try to be a bit more sensible about stuff like that and not consume the entire stream with it. Anyway, let's do the end of the world today, and then the anime episode always comes after the end of the world, right? So it seems like we're doing things in the proper story order. El Pato, we literally just closed a minute ago. Since you came in right then, sure, I'll let you join, but be very, very quick about it. We literally closed a few messages ago, so and be aware that you are going to be at the very back. It might be a while, it might even be a few hours before we get to you. But I'll give you an opportunity to resubmit, otherwise I am going to close up again. Anyway, the end of the world. Very colorful level description in the text, as we can see. Highly informative. Luca will probably remind me to check comments at the end. Anyway, I'm closing back up since we are not getting another message. Okay, it's the end of the world. And we're going to bounce moles once again. Just like we did with slightly traumatic results the previous week. That was probably not what I was supposed to do. Oh, maybe. Yes, I'm going to hit this block. This is kind of like a sequel to the previous one. Whoops. Yeah, I wasn't exactly sure what was going to happen once I bounced that mole, so I guess I could have inferred that based on the direction that it was facing. And Luca, you're saying you're proud of the artwork here? Well, we'll see how it goes. Seems like this was one of the quicker checkpoint ones that we've hit in recent memory. Not just with Mang's level, but in general. Oh, I see. I got bounced in the first block. That's what happened. We obviously want to bounce over to the Koopa. It's just a matter of control. Yeah, I keep bouncing on the first block, thinking that I can run across. That is not the case. We do need to play that a bit more accurately. And yeah, once again, I just got bounced on the first block when I needed to land dead center, probably. Those moles are absolutely taking off. Yeah, Monty moles are one of my favorite elements in this game. I've seen such a wide variety of ideas with them before. Whoops, oh, we killed it. Huh. That didn't seem like it was supposed to happen. I don't know if that was something I did, or... just some kind of freak occurrence from the way we're sending everything over. Ah, okay, the double bounce here... Yes, I guess you can kind of see on either side of that mole under the blade that there are note blocks there that are going to do the bounce for you if you dunk the mole in. Yeah, I think they are one of the most versatile enemies in the game. I can think of a pretty large number of mole levels in Maker 2 that are just unforgettable classics and are all different from each other. Like, they all use totally different mole mechanics. Lad just asks, why am I killing the moles? Revenge. I mean, why else would we be doing it? It's not genocide. We've already done that to the Goombuds earlier today, so that's accounted for. Yeah, Terminator, the mole murdered all of my friends. If by friends you mean all of my past lives in the mole level last week, then yes. We're not even killing them, we're just lopping off the wings here. Okay, that one we did kill. And I just got bounced incorrectly out of that. It looks like we need to face backwards in order to lower the boo slightly to get the Buzzy accessible for the boo ride that's going to come next. Maybe. It's kind of hard to tell the height right now in terms of that boo and Buzzy and how much we need in terms of spacing, in terms of making this happen. Yeah, let's lower this guy slightly. Oh, I needed a shell. Okay. Yeah, the shell is just sitting there. I don't know why I thought I could just ride it as though it had wings. It does not have wings. Actually, I know exactly why I thought I could ride it. Because that was a Maker 1 concept that I played around with a lot. Back in my earliest days with Mario Maker. Doing shell rides on top of boos all the time. Which do require you to stand on top of the winged Buzzy, which was not the case here. It's just a standard Buzzy that you bop to the ground and pick up and throw. Whoops. I just missed. Huh. Yeah, I let go of the shell in midair. That was unwise. Okay, that actually felt smooth this time. Whoops, got a low bounce there. And yeah, I got that money, like I was saying earlier in the stream. I've been playing a lot of Maker 1 this month. We've arguably been streaming more Maker 1 than Maker 2 in the past few weeks. In fact, no, that's not arguable, that's factually true. Like, I've mostly been streaming Maker 1 again. Or rather, streaming it for the first time, but playing it again. After not having really touched it much since 2019. And yes, I remember very well the month that checkpoints didn't exist. In retrospect, they did patch it in fairly quickly, but it seemed like so much was happening in the first few weeks of the game. There's tons of activity. No, we need to step on it, we need to deflect it, and then we're going to be through the pipe at the end. I did see that, I just didn't react quickly enough to do that whole interaction in a proper sequence. Whoops, we do need to get ahead of them all. And you watched me stream some Maker 1 this week, yeah. Always welcome to lurk. That sort of content, of course. And we'll be doing a lot more of it in the weeks ahead. We still have 2 and 3 YMM to get through, as well as some puzzles that were recommended to me a while ago. Okay, I'm still a little bit slow on that. I should actually be a little bit closer into the shell release so I can spend less time waiting for the shell to come back. It's going to be a small adjustment, but a very important one. Yeah, that bounce actually worked, despite not looking like it would. Anyway, through we go. Maker 1 and 2 have very different strengths. I think that's probably the best way to put it. Like, it may have had far fewer elements to work with, and a lot of mechanics just flatly, you know, don't really work in Maker 1 because the tech for it, or the tech to make it behave reliably, doesn't exist. But at the same time, you did have a lot more flexibility with what you could do with the individual pieces. And in particular, there's a lot more that people can do with Maker 1 if they're making themed or aesthetic levels. And that's something that matters quite a lot, because that is sort of what is going to be centrally appealing to a more casual crowd. And if you're doing a lot of traditional design, there's a lot that you can kind of use in the toolset with mystery mushrooms and with all the different stacking and overlapping rules to really make something have a very unique look and feel. You can do that in Maker 2 as well, I think, but Maker 2, partly for community reasons and partly for mechanics reasons, I think, has a way of making certain genres of levels feel a little bit samey and very functional looking over time, if you know what I mean, where, you know, it's much more of a mechanics first game in many ways, which is in some ways closer to what one normally gets from a Nintendo experience. And yeah, you watched me stream the Mega Mushroom level, yeah. That was one that took time, but lots of fun. I think you probably mean the one by Julian, the one where you're kind of constantly bouncing off Luigi's, if that's the one you were thinking of. And yeah, Gilmore, it's partly the boo system, but I think it's actually much more about the way that the community was initially primed going into Maker 2. Like, it's not all Nintendo's problem. Like, a lot of it is the social dynamics that exist outside of the game, in terms of who is actually bothering to play each other's levels and how the discoverability features work as well. When do I think Nintendo might release Mario Maker 3? Not until the next Nintendo hardware. I do not think we're going to get another one on the Switch. At least not this generation of the Switch, even if they do a kind of more iterative platform for their next big thing. Nintendo usually goes one per platform for most of their major series. There are some signs that is changing with some series like Splatoon, for instance. Splatoon's getting a third installment very quickly. Ooh. I think I just need to jump it, maybe. No, I need to wait for the mole to bounce down patiently, and then I jump on top of the mole. It's bouncing towards me, it's going to give me a platform. Oh, whoops, I kind of slipped there. That was unfortunate. Whoops. Once again, just slipping. All over the place. Mail64, from the perspective of doing a big commercial release, Nintendo has a lot more to gain from doing a huge sequel-size update and reworking some things from the ground up than doing a content update. In some ways. I think for Mario Maker 3, you know, people would ideally like to have a smoother transition that allows them to remake and repost old levels, and then from going from 1 to 2, but I sort of expect that there will be things like major engine changes and such that make it a totally different game as well next time. But hard to tell at this stage. I think certain things like the Super World system, for instance, I would expect to be reworked from the ground up. Like systems like that outside the levels themselves. And a lot of the things that were consigned to patch content in this game. I think they probably did realize after the fact that Ninjas seemed to be a pretty big hit. And that if you're designing a totally new game with things like Super Worlds and the Ninja challenges in mind, they'd have a lot more freedom to do a few new things with them than which is a straight update to the existing game. The thing is, Mail64, is that I think there already was a lot of turnover in the community going into the first game. I wonder if I'm supposed to actually hit that mole and send a shell through it. I don't know if I should. I mean, it's just chilling there. It's not doing anybody any harm. Whoops. With the transition from Wii U to Switch, I think they probably figured that since they were going to have total turnover in hardware anyway, that they could afford to get away with a big reset and a sequel that truly does feel like a totally different game in some ways. Not just an iterative one. Yeah, in general, I think the level curation and discovery features still need a ton of work. And Super Worlds were kind of a big step in that direction. But we are very reliant on out-of-game systems for people to find levels in the styles that they're looking for. Because things like the existing category tags really don't suffice for that. Anyway, let's get over here. No, oh, I see. Okay, because there's a block here. I thought I'd try to fire at the mole, but that's a bad idea. And here we go. We can totally hit that mole, but I need to go earlier. It is correct to jump on top of that to get to the other side, but my timing is completely off right now. Oh wow, despite stomping on it, I actually survived. That was unexpected and unique. There we go. Ah, I see. So, yeah, no, I just reacted to that poorly because I thought the mole was about to bounce on something, but no, you kind of got me chainsawed there. It's rather immediately recognizable as a chainsaw. But yeah, I liked a bit with a spiny shell. I thought that was highly readable for something that you kind of had to engage with in a bit of a snap judgment. And I still go early on that every time. And the level kind of prepares you for it in this segment too by requiring, or rather at least suggesting, a backwards throw at the very beginning if you want a comfortable timing. You don't need to do the backwards throw there, and we had at least one successful attempt where it didn't. But if you do it, it gets you ready for what you have to do with the spiny shell later on. No, too late, once again. I have to jump as it's coming down. Anyway, there we go. And there we go. Oh, whoops. Bit of an early jump there. Not quite what I wanted. Interestingly, I see that there are vines that allow you to enter the pipe that you came in from, maybe? Or was I misreading the opening of this section? If we take a death here, I will take a look at that. Why do these let you go back? No reason. Okay. That's fine. I still appreciate the up pipe vines anyway. Yeah, it's still a little bit late there. That was why I had a bad adjustment out of that jump. How many plays or likes would a level need to be considered popular? You mean just sort of subjectively considered popular? Oh, reset because of the block breaking. Yes, I see why it only works once. Or... sound is gone. Okay. It's difficult to tell with this level because the level is on a silent soundtrack to begin with. One moment while I fix that. Thank you for letting me know. And we'll be back in just a moment. Should be back now. Oops. Still making that mistake from time to time. Yeah, to go back to Terminator's question, I don't know if you're asking whether something is appearing on the popular tab, or when you're asking me if something is considered popular, like, do you mean considered popular within the seeding of the popular tab? Because that's partly based on a ratio. Oh, just in general? Well, no, it totally depends on what genre you're in. There's no hard number for that sort of thing. Some styles of levels are naturally going to have a bit of a more specialized reach than other ones. And some things are also going to play much better in Endless than other ones. Like, some concepts are much better suited for the Endless crowd. And that's often going to be a big factor when it comes to levels reaching that point where either they hit Endless and blow up, or they hit Endless and they suddenly sink, and people not really engaging with them. Let's do the backward shell. In general, I find that it's more important to have meaningful interactions with people as a maker in this game. Like, it's more important to receive a nice piece of comment art, or have a good interaction with a streamer who's playing, or have a good level exchange or playtest exchange with another maker, or have a detailed response to your level from somebody who writes back about it, for instance. And to have, you know, meaningful engagements with the level, rather than worrying about the numbers. I mean, everybody wants to be played, of course, you know, in terms of actually getting an audience to make it feel like the work you are putting in is getting some results and getting some hours put in. But it depends so much on the genre of level, and in some ways how sort of beginner friendly it is. Or popular friendly. No, we want to hit the snake block first and then jump on a mole to do the double bounce over to the other side of the snake block when it has already been activated. Okay, there we are. Jump on this first, double bounce, and then we're over. And we hit this. And then we need to hit that early enough that it's going to land on the snake block and boost me up. How different would Endless look if levels made under 10 minutes were excluded? Actually, I don't think it would be that different. It's very easy to think that bad levels are bad because people made them quickly and didn't put in a lot of time into testing or polishing or whatever. But no, I kind of know from experience having played, not really Endless, but having played some levels that are in quite rough shape, that some levels can be in a very rough state despite their makers putting in a ton of time to try to make them click, where if you're just missing a certain level of self-awareness when it comes to things working, and thank you for the follow, by the way. Then putting in more time into your level is not necessarily going to save you. Like, if you don't have a good eye for what to look for or what works, or how to get into the mind of a player who has never seen your level before. Like, if you don't kind of spend some time thinking about the psychological element of game design that way, where you kind of need to predict how people will engage with something, how people will read signals, etc., and how to think about difficulty tuning, then like, it's not that bad levels are just all made in a hurry. It's absolutely not the case. Like, if you think about some really rough sorts of pixel precision-based levels that are just kind of made deliberately to be hard for the sake of being hard. You know, where the maker is just doing something extremely difficult to see how other people do against it. Like, if you put your shoes in a maker who makes that kind of thing, they're sometimes spending, what, 7 hours or so doing their own clear check. And the whole time they're thinking to themselves, man, this is good, this is going to work out. And they're just totally satisfied with the thing that they're doing, right? L64, I don't think that last level really counts, given that you had the beautiful more info artwork provided for you ahead of time. I will say, though, the kind of on-off and P combinations that you have, like, I didn't really test them thoroughly in terms of trying to break them. But I hope you've thought carefully about how people might break them. Yeah, some people definitely do pump out lots of low effort levels very quickly. And would rather just kind of get something out the door rather than spending the time to polish it up. Okay, I'm still a little bit slow on that jump. Just hesitating a bit too much every time. I just need to go instantly. And yeah, if you've got a good understanding of basics of level design and you just want to make something that's not too complicated and not too difficult to test, you can do that and get reasonable results. And that partly just comes from the fluency of doing it a lot, right? Like if you've made lots of very standard traditional levels and you just kind of intuitively understanding what kind of spacings are going to work for people, it won't take you long to put together something functional, and especially if you're working with types of levels that don't require tons and tons of playtesting to defend against potentially breaking things. I'm actually too slow on the shell. The problem is not that I'm too slow getting on the mole, the problem is that the shell deflection is taking too long to raise the mole. And that's the thing I need to fix. Took me a while to track that down. That's the thing I need to fix. And we'll do it. The double bounces are consistently very satisfying. See? Much better this time. Much, much better. Okay. Oh, yes, on-off switch under the small mole. I didn't see what my target was going to be with that shell, but I should have been able to infer that, so... That was just a misreading on my part because it took me too long to see the on-off switch that was buried down below. And yeah, Mail64, I do see what you mean by whether the interactions are breakable in those spaces. Yeah, mostly just looking for things like P-switch expiry times and such. And seeing if anything could be messed with that way. Okay. Yeah, like how to... what is going on here? No, no, no. I need to hit the on-off switch and then use the second mole. I used the mole prematurely. But then that means I'm letting the piranha down and releasing that mole using the on-off switch rather than with the first jump. Okay, that makes sense. No, I think I know what to fix. I have to go instantly on that. And then up here. Whoop, almost fell a little bit behind there. A little low on that jump. Yeah, that mole is working out a lot more consistently for me. Whoops, a little slow here, but we made it. Okay, let's try to gain a little bit of speed here, so we can get ahead of the snake block a bit. Not that far ahead, but that's okay, I made it. Now, I've got a couple of different mole columns there. I wonder if I need to stall on each one, or if I just use those, whoops, landing zone that's a bit more flexible. That was a pretty good chunk of progress, though, for a single attempt on a lot of those later segments. But it worked out pretty well. Especially if you understand the way the double bounces of the big moles are going to be set up. Okay, very smooth. Whoa. Yeah, I thought that was going to be an issue. Yeah, you need the on-off state there to progress that. Let me go back there and show you. Because the on-off state affects the piranha plant and mole column with the switch that you press manually later on. You're impressed by my constant calculation? Well, that's how I make up for deficiencies in platforming ability. I just try to outwit my way through things that I may be having trouble with from a control perspective. Yeah, right here you can see, whoops, I don't want to go too fast. But yeah, like Meng was explaining about jumping over to Boo with wrong on-off state. You need it at the very end. The on-off state to be what it is. Whoa, I missed. Well, we're going to die to the chainsaw. And then up we go. Whoa, too much of a slide. Okay, up we go, and up here. Oh wow, total miss. Yeah, no, because it's supposed to get blocked off at the one-way panel or so, so you get an instant deflection. And that's the issue we're running into there. The shell just overshot, went way too far before to bounce back. And I know how to fix that. Yeah, you need to fire it after the one-way panel, so you can bounce it off the one-way panel. Ride that out. We'll do this quickly, but not too quickly. So you have time. You hit this, and then this. This was where the progression ended earlier. We're going to grab that shell. Whoa, okay. Yeah, I didn't really take the time to read how that shell deflection was going to happen. I saw multiple bricks and just didn't read the one-way panel, and so I didn't figure out the timing for proceeding from there. Cool ending, though. Very cool ending. This section. Same kind of idea with the shell deflections we had seen previously, except with that bit of an extra twist in timing from the back and forth bit at the end. Mostly SD lock free. Yeah, Mang, I know you said something about the reset only working once. So I guess that would be one of the few things. Whoa. Oh, I see. I repositioned a mole that moved the stump and that bounced me into the spring. That was unfortunate. Yeah, the thing is, Terminator, once you are in a section of the level that is mostly working with platforms that are temporary, then SD locks are much less of a concern, because you're not going to live indefinitely if the snake blocks are just gone, right? Usually you would be more concerned about things like the beginnings of these sections here, like if you just dump the shell right away and don't proceed. And that's a potential SD lock if you eventually break the reset. So at the beginning of the level, or rather the beginning of the section, it matters. But once your only platforms to land on are these moving elements like skull platforms, snake blocks, and the spikes that the moles are riding over, it's not so much of an issue. You can, of course, land on things like the springs. That's the closest thing to an SD lock, is if you just camp out on one of the sideways trampolines. But in those instances, it's extremely clear that you are not really going to progress through the level, right? You don't need to make any kind of decision beyond that. I fired the shell too early still. I need to wait for the one-way panel. Because one of the main issues with SD locks when they do appear is that they often put the player in the position of potentially giving up on something before they've actually tried the real solution, because they think that they're already supposed to die, right? That's one of the risks. And that's one of the things that, of course, was covered in that Loop and Snoop video that you watched on my recommendation. If it's abundantly clear that there's no way to progress, like if you get trapped on top of one of those trampolines here, it's much less of a problem. So yeah, a little bit too slow there. I need shorter bounces over to the piranhas so I can get out of there. I also tried to do a huge long bounce over the 3 moles that were on the right on that top platform. And that's a bad idea. I should actually be doing consecutive short bounces just to spend less time in the air. I thought that would save time by avoiding the bounces, but no, you actually want to stay low in order to get past that segment. And so that was a bit of a minor change that we can make right away that I can see. Yeah, Melon Run, when I played Super Mario World, the last time that I went back over it completely in early 2020, I remember I was going through the special levels, and I played Tubular, and I think, okay, Tubular is not nearly as hard as I remember. It's actually extremely short. That's great. And then the next level after Tubular is Way Cool, which is the first appearance of the idea of using on-off switches to manipulate platforms on tracks. Not only did I have a hard time with it, but Way Cool is actually shockingly bad. It's, I think, in some ways easily the worst design level in the game. Because as Nintendo's first ever crack at doing some of that stuff with on-off switches, switching tracks around, there are places in that level that are completely trial and error, where if you hit the wrong off state, you still ride around the tracks for about 10 or 20 seconds before you realize that you're completely dead, and had no way of predicting that. Like, they're completely blind deaths from not predicting the on-off state properly, and it's kind of hideous to see it now. I needed to hit the one-way panel. And yeah, got that money and Netcat, or rather, sorry, got that money. You have a good night. Thanks for dropping by once again, and I hope to play your recent levels soon. And hopefully we can eventually catch you for one of those. I mean, anyway, speaking of way cool, so on one hand, it's the sort of first ever try at that mechanic. You have to kind of keep that in mind and keep that in perspective, but it's like a very instructive lesson in what not to do in Mario Maker. Okay, here's the issue. I just need to get a bit more of a dash and have a more accurate jump on top of that stump. The stump is going to go up when the block hits. I can get on top of that stump, I'm just missing the jump. It's purely just jumping at the wrong space. Whoops. Luca, you took Way Cool as an inspiration for Roller Coaster. Roller Coaster is a lot better. A lot better. But the thing is, it owes a debt to Way Cool, right? Because that's where that notion of using on-off switches for track switching originated, pretty much, in a platformer context. I can't think of another one that would have done that before. In terms of any platformers before Super Mario World that had a similar idea. But in retrospect, it's kind of funny that that was the first appearance of on-off mechanisms like that, which are so well developed and so refined nowadays in both official games and in the better Mario Maker levels. No, once again, I still fire that shell way too early. It needs to hit the one-way panel. Terminator, you wonder what the clear rates would be in the original SMB1. They'd be quite low. But I think a lot of the difficulty in the original SMB1 comes from the fact that you are, unless you have the infinite one-up trick, you are working with a very finite bank of lives. And so something that we would consider a very high clear rate in Mario Maker would feel a lot more punishing simply because you have much less headroom when it comes to taking deaths. Like, if you look at the whole Kaizo genre, right? Kaizo genre was only really made possible in a context where either in Mario Maker or in ROM hacks, death does not matter. Because the whole design philosophy there, as with games like Celeste, is that if you just have quick respawns, then you can just make things harder and, you know, make individual platforming elements much more difficult because you sort of make that locus of difficulty rather than long-term consistency and survival. Whoa, I got squashed. Okay, I was hoping that the mole would go up a bit lower. Because I did a bit of an adjustment jump there on the end, which meant that I didn't land back on a stump quickly enough to get into the door. I didn't know I would hit the ceiling like that, but I probably should have assumed that would be the case. Yeah, so I need a very stable and accurate landing on top of that stump so I don't adjust out of it. Once again, I need to wait for the one-way panel. And yeah, Luca, that's exactly what happened. We got flattened there. Like those CC replays emotes that you just displayed in chat. Absolutely flattened. Whoops. Okay. Okay, well, I was about to say, well, that worked great, and then we rammed into that trampoline. Whoops. Do I like playing at arcades? I miss playing at arcades. Arcades are not really the same thing anymore. And not just in a sense that, like, if you have memories of arcades as being the hangout where you played some combination of Street Fighter and pinball, or if you're a certain generation, maybe some of the light gun stuff like House of the Dead or Time Crisis or what have you, we're a long ways gone from those days. In the sense that arcades do exist, but if you go to arcades that are, for example, embedded in cinema businesses, like in certain AMC multiplexes or what have you, the software that is developed for them has a lot more in common with the mobile market. Like, they feel like mobile games that happen to be on full-size arcade displays. To the point that a lot of them even have the sort of vertical mobile phone ratio to them. Like, it's no longer the case that you have Sega or Capcom developing experiences for the arcade that are also very much meant for the same kind of audiences that it would be reaching at home. The audiences have, at this point, entirely diverged. Like, you're not going to find a vertical shoot-'em-up or even a fighting game anymore. Like, the fact that the Street Fighter franchise, for instance, has actually been in a healthy state since Street Fighter 4, in some respects, but has completely disappeared from arcades, is really a sign of the times that, like, fighting games are not even that kind of social experience anymore in person, in spite of the fact that they were pretty much the thing people, I think, most closely associated with the social competitive elements of the form. Here we go, through the door. And through the pipe, okay. This looks like some kind of finale. Oh, it's the goal. Very nice. Thank you for that, Mang. Gilmore's going to redeem Skip to Q. We are going to honor that. So, I appreciate the patience of everybody who's getting bumped a spot because of that. I know you've been waiting very, very long to be played. And, yeah, I will likely not take any other skips after this. I will honor Gilmore's, but because of the length of this queue, until we shorten things a bit, I will likely not take additional redemptions for that today. Luca is reminding me to look at the comments. We will do that. And thank you once again, Mang, for a much gentler mole level than the one we had last week, even if I bungled the later part of it quite a bit. Haha, Rip World, exactly. We didn't really make it into 2022. I guess Luca made it into 2022. Is this the cat gang that has struck the planet, or... Oh no, that's a mole. That is a Monty Mole with the glasses. And it is just engulfed with fire, like it's bursting out of the planet core or something. Okay, Gilmore, I am going to manually queue you in. Just give me a moment. And let me make sure that things are displaying properly. We're going to bring up Weirdos from Another Planet. Green looking kinda sus. One checkpoint. Yeah, this doesn't look reachable at the moment. This is telling me something. Or maybe it's just... well, I mean, it's a really interesting design, but it's like it's saying no to something. Oh no, we just bounced. Oh look, it's a mole level. What were we just saying about moles being one of the best and most versatile elements in this game? It is still true, even in this level. Let's be careful here. Yeah, interesting use of the one-way panels in combination with the note blocks in order to position that next element there. And Luca, I can make, or... Yeah, see, you can make one-ways look good. Yeah, okay. Luca, we'll say that is a point well taken. I think partly it's because the tips of the one-ways are covered, and because they blend well into the background here. Like I was saying on the Maker 1 streams, it is really interesting to see in Maker 1 that the track segments blended into the background colors as well. A way that was maybe slightly less visible, but also much more subtle in terms of how tracks were integrated into the main layout, instead of just kind of protruding everywhere like they do here. But yeah, sometimes it's just about blending when it comes to some of the uglier elements in the game, and that is absolutely true of the one-way panels here. Yeah, so you can kind of land, but then you get bounced when they bounce, so... And, some combination of Meng and Luca and Lantis. All I will say is, no, you're breathtaking. Yeah, trying to kind of sneak under these guys, there's probably a much smoother way of doing it. Let's rethink this. Yeah, Terminator, I actually didn't know that about the way that's paying into arcades has kind of become more predatory in that respect. It doesn't surprise me given that they so overtly take inspiration from mobile design these days. You know, it's very much that kind of thinking, not just in terms of design, but also in terms of the general aesthetic, the kind of market that they're chasing. Whoops. I mean, this platform here I can just sneak under by jumping. The one-way one later is kind of weird, because if you jump on top of the one-way, you land on top of the one-way smoothly. But once these spikes bounce on top of the one-way later on, they do hit, and then you get bounced from there, I think. Let's go back there and see. Whoops. And I have to hit this dead center in order to bounce across as smoothly as I would like. Or maybe I should just go over. I may just go over. And yeah, Terminator is surprising that they would be so timer-oriented as well. Yeah, you're supposed to bounce through the trampolines there. It would kind of deflect you through the wall and through, I think. But we'll go back there and see. That's a lot smoother. I'm supposed to bounce back and then forward. Okay, that's how it happens. Yeah. 64, episode 1 of Captain Toad done. I wasn't clear on whether you had played it before or not, actually. I don't think you mentioned that earlier. But yeah, Captain Toad is pretty quick. The episode 1 is basically the tutorial. And for the benefit of the kids, they even give you end credits at the end of that, which was some of the earliest end credits in a Nintendo game, even compared to recent mainline Marios. Ah, you did close to 100% on Wii U. Yeah, I did 100% except for the time benchmarks. I didn't try to speedrun the game, but I did finish the true ending. And I finished the true ending again on Switch, on stream last year, in fact. Oops. But you don't need to do the time challenges to unlock anything. Like, I believe the unlocks are purely based on the collectible gems. And yeah, Terminator, I think, you know, in many ways to actually have proper player engagement with the game, you really do need to still maintain a sense of fairness, even if you are going to make something difficult. Even if you are going straight for a money grab. Okay, I knew that was going to be a problem, I just didn't really react well to it. In terms of sorting out the timing I wanted, I probably should have done a spin jump on top of the spike top stack that was moving, and then that would get me over and across. That looked like the proper method. Like, people need to feel like they're having a chance, right? Even if you are trying to ensure a relatively predictable revenue stream for the venue owners that are getting the arcade machines. Whoops. Great anime called High Score Girl. Okay, I don't know my anime at all, to be honest, so I'd not heard of that. Yeah, in terms of people talking about arcades goes, I only really have one good story about that. So if any of you know the British novelist Martin Amis, who is a second-generation novelist. His father was Kingsley Amis, who was a very important British novelist in the middle of the 20th century, and who also was the first writer to write a James Bond novel after Ian Fleming under a pseudonym. Like, he was taken quite seriously. Anyway, his son, Martin Amis, was kind of part of the really prestigious 1980s literary set with Kazuo Ishiguro, Salman Rushdie, you know, Christopher Hitchens, like that whole gang. And has since tried to establish himself as, you know, this really kind of grumpy, serious, intellectual writer. Anyway, in the early 80s, he actually did write an arcade memoir about hanging out and playing video games all day, and it's something that has not gone back into print yet, and which I think he would prefer that everybody forgets, and he's tried to bury it, but he actually did write this thing about early video games that he's apparently not proud of anymore. That's my only story about arcade writing. Or arcade storytelling. Hey, this is neat. Except the left arrow totally threw me off, and in spite of nothing coming down the left side, I, for some reason, expected a second bounce. I think I was just thrown off by the arrow. Even though I had already followed this instruction once. Rather like the track connectivity to make the arrow look pretty. Whoops. You probably sent some arcade owners' kids to college with Marvel vs. Capcom. Yeah, I had some good times with Marvel vs. Capcom 2, I want to say. For somebody who doesn't play fighting games well at all, I actually did spend a fair bit of time with Street Fighter. Back when it was, you know, still a ubiquitous presence in the 1990s. But the thing about, you know, both Street Fighter and Marvel vs. Capcom and such is that even if you had no fundamentals in competitive fighting games whatsoever, because of course back then it's not like I'd have access to watching EVO or something. I'd have no idea what the competitive meta is. You don't pick up anything unless you get beaten down by serious players in your local scene. That's the only way you're actually going to pick up some skills. The thing about these fighting games is that for how technical they are still more accessible than people give them credit for. I mean, not on the scale of something like Smash Brothers, perhaps, but even if you have no idea how to control space or land a multi-hit combo or any of that, and you don't know how to do anything except like spam Hadoukens all day, you can still have fun playing Street Fighter with somebody who's equally bad, right? Same kind of feeling I've been getting from chess from lately getting back into it is that, you know, bad chess against bad players is still a lot of fun, and bad Street Fighter against bad players is a ton of fun. No. Okay, there we go. Like, Street Fighter would not have been as much of a cultural icon as it is, and it would not have created a competitive scene if it didn't also have a ton of casual-friendly appeal that made it approachable in a context where, you know, you don't have access to a lot of expert or community knowledge, and there isn't a lot of pressure to be extremely skilled. And it's the same kind of thing that people can say about, you know, Smash Brothers now, for instance, but it's sort of interesting that it's sort of in the aftermath of games like Smash Brothers that suddenly people talk about fighting games as having this incredibly intimidating reputation. like you feel totally lost if you don't know how to do combo inputs or whatever, but I think it's more that people's expectations of themselves as players has gone way up, because we're now much more aware of what expert play actually looks like and how far off you are from being good at any of that. If only pros liked Street Fighter 2, no one would have cared about it at all. I mean, there is proof of that, and it was called Street Fighter 3, which I missed out on at the time for all the reasons that everybody else missed out on Street Fighter 3, and it was kind of interesting to go back to it with the Capcom collections a few years ago and find that Street Fighter 3 is actually remarkable. It was one of those games that I very unfairly overlooked at the time, I think, but I can't say I know it that well, but it was sort of an interesting effect with it where, you know, as the competitive game, the competitive scene kept it alive long enough to sort of create this retroactive reputation for Street Fighter 3 and Third Strike specifically that kind of fed back into people giving it a second chance. Oops. And yeah, Mortal Kombat or even Killer Instinct, or for that matter, Marvel vs. Capcom, which, you know, has a built-in character recognition appeal to it. I remember playing a lot of Primal Rage, which probably wasn't even a good fighting game, but it had dinosaurs, right? And from a very sort of naive perspective of just wanting to fight with dinosaurs. Sure, we'll take it, right? Anyway, this lets you scout ahead to see what's above in a stack. This is purely scouting, and I failed it anyway. We're going to go around, and here we go. Checkpoint. Yeah, that was quite nice to read that and plan around it properly for once, which we did not do last time. No, that was a mistake. I did not want to do that. And Doyle Remete, we have a really full queue today, but if we somehow get through it quickly, I'll see if I can accommodate you. But also, Doyle Remete, if you are... like, I don't know if your attempted submission was something like a playtest for the tower contest or something, because I know a lot of puzzle makers are working on that. I might say something on the puzzle Discord that was just set up about this, but I might actually do a separate testing session for people who are submitting to the tower escape contest that's being run by Burkowski and Carl and so on. I need to duck down low. I need to let everything... I see what to do. I see what to do. Okay. The mecha has to break the blocks on the left. Then you let the spike top circle around completely, and then you ride it out. That's what you do. It took me a moment to understand this. And then you get around, and then when these come down, the one-way panel, you can get on top of them. That's interesting. Oh, and Doyle Remete. Okay, it's okay if you don't have a contest level as well. Like, obviously, if I were able to get you into the queue today, I'd be very happy to play older levels. It's just today we are very, very full. But if we have a couple of dropouts or a couple of levels that go quickly, I'll see what I can do. It's just that for the last little while, we've been running consistently very, very long on these viewer level streams. And Not always practical to be streaming for 7 hours straight. So... Okay, so we did scout ahead when we came down. This is really quite satisfying, this stacking pattern here. I've had plenty of time to respond to that one, of course. So that little change up in the middle there. That shakes things up. Whoops. I do like how you get a second chance at this. Because the timing is just narrow enough that I'm glad I can just try it again immediately. Here we go. Nice little side bounces over there. Felt like I got a little bit lucky last time with this one. But that's okay. If you plan accurately, you can, in fact, play pretty safely here. Yeah, very cool usage of the spike top and boost stack, though. I found that quite a satisfying enemy to play around. Long stack. Love the firework at the end. That's a nice touch. And that's it. I guess we can bounce over, though, in order to approach that door, so... Nope, didn't make it. Yeah, I don't know if there's a secret there. Gilmore did look like it was supposed to be reachable. I probably should have just jumped into the springs from below somehow, but... I may have to go back to that separately. A long enough queue today that I won't replay for the secret, but... I do kind of want to see it. If there is anything there. I'm looking at this in terms of where the door would be matched elsewhere in the level, maybe. Yeah, no, I don't see anywhere the door can actually point in the same subworld, so... I guess it's nothing. Yeah, the ending spring there definitely had me thinking, though, that maybe I could propel myself over to goal. Anyway, very nice one. We will mark that as a win and we'll go next. Yeah, thank you for bearing with the queue skip once again, the people who were bumped back from that, which is many of you. The finest footage, if you are still here, please check in. Otherwise, we will go on to Strikers, I think. Strikzer. I think the finest footage is gone. Let's remove... Actually, who's next? Yeah. And Mail64, you've got to go. Yeah, see you around. Terminator is actually going to be next, so Terminator is going to be here. Yep. Let's do it. Yeah, Strikester, sorry, I got the order wrong. Didn't mean to mislead you with that. You are next after Terminator. Good to know you're still here, though. I appreciate the patience of everybody who has stayed this long. Impossible 9, this puzzle have broken many. You will make a nice addition. One clear from Street Rat, who is an excellent puzzle player. Let's see how we do. Very low clear rate, though, telling me that there are some potentially very lethal elements in this. I'm always a little alarmed to see low clear rates on puzzles, because it often means that the resets and such are not going to be kind to you. The goal here is to activate the P-switch. The P-switch is likely going to require me to bounce some kind of object towards it. This thwomp is asleep, telling me that it is going to be a side thwomp. This claw will drop this. On-off switch is going to block off the right side in both these respects and deflect the mushroom. I also dropped the object off the top claw over here. You have to cross through here in order to access the on-off switch in the first place, unless you go through the door. If you go through the door, then you can pass through the central claw and also reset everything. That way, if you go through here, you may potentially be able to bounce the mushroom. And then that allows me to do what? It doesn't allow me to break anything, but it does allow me to take damage. Fun fact. Shoujo broke the level and still is possible. Interesting. Or at least not in the current version, I see. Well, I haven't seen this, so I don't know that. Anyway, we're able to, now that we've moved the mushroom like this, we are able to spawn it. No, it goes over to one-way panel, never mind. Kind of wonder about this one-way here in terms of what we're doing. If you release this, then I am personally able to go over and then regain a mushroom on top. I'm able to take the spring with me. I'm also able to grab the POW once I'm up there. The POW allows me to kill the muncher, but I don't see a good reason to do that yet. The on-off switch also affects this column on the left, and I don't know what that's doing for me either, except for the fact that the thwomp is a side thwomp. And if the thwomp is going to the right, it is going to hit the POW if the POW remains in place. However, you would need the on-off switch to be active in order to do that. One thing you do is, you see the side thwomp is kind of positioning itself. If you use the POW and hit the muncher, you're able to get on top of these clouds and then run the thwomp over. The thwomp would go to the right, would hit the side spring, and then do something for me. Let's find out, I guess. The other thing that we can do, I just wanted to see what was going on here. I don't know what that skull platform is all about yet, apart from delivering another spring into the claw, which we don't really have a good use for just yet. I feel like one thing that we want to do here is maybe place an object like the POW on the skull platform, and then I ride the skull. I have some object already trapped in the claw, and then the POW pushes me through the bumpers. Once I get pushed through the bumpers, I'm able to hit the P-switch. So that would potentially be the setup. You put the POW over here, you get on top, you get pushed all the way, but with the claw taken care of. I'm looking at this because I'm trying to get rid of the muncher without causing issues with the POW. Interestingly enough, if you activate the side thwomp and you bring it over, it might be possible to push the muncher way out of the way. And we'll have to see about that. You can kind of nudge the muncher over. You can see here, but we probably don't want any side collisions like that. Also, the one-way panel creates some issues with it afterwards. Okay, so now I can go over, but then that's a problem for me here because I've blocked myself off. However, I can always just bump it the other way if I get the on-off switch behave first. I don't know if I actually need the muncher for anything, but the idea is that I do not want to kill the muncher with the POW. I want the POW to push me through the bumpers, and so we're going to keep it alive. Oh, that's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted at all. That's okay, we can always reset through it. Yeah, maybe I do want to bump this to the right instead. Let's see here. I like the idea of this Muncher bump though, where we try to manipulate it without the use of a POW. Whoops. Because it gives me access to the thwomp hitting the POW, which we don't want either. We want to take the POW directly. Anyway, let's grab this. Let's go around. Let's stop the mushroom so we can obtain the mushroom. Let's go around so we can obtain the POW. Which was the original plan anyway. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. I am eventually going to drop the POW up above, but I want to reposition the thwomp first. And I want to reposition the thwomp in such a way that I'm able to trap it. And it is going to be trapped. We can even kill it. You see what I did there? Did I see what I did there? I'm not really sure I did. But if I get rid of the Muncher now, then I'm able to push myself over. And I'm big, so I can also take a hit afterwards. I do need something to be occupying the claw, though. And the thing that's occupying the claw cannot be the Muncher. It will likely have to be the spring. Or the other spring that's currently up top, because it will be grabbed first. Whoops, I did not want to lose the mushroom like that. Yeah, that's a problem, actually. Because now the Podoboo on the right side will probably kill me. But let's just walk through the solution first, just to see on this attempt if we can do the setup properly. Okay, there we go. We can jump over. That is fine. We can then do that. It's also fine. We can jump on top of this so we can set the POW down gently, and then we're going to land on top of the skull platform beside the POW. Nope, hang on. Not quite. Can I grab this now? Yes, I can. Do I need it for anything? I don't think I do. And that's why I need, first of all, to be tall. Yeah, I need to be tall there, and that's fine. That's fine. We don't know what the interaction is once we come through here with the mushroom in terms of whether I'll still be able to stay under on the lower level instead of getting bumped up. But if I'm able to kind of trap myself over to the P-switch, then we're in decent shape. Yeah, we'll grab the mushroom quickly. And then we'll go around. No reason to take this right now, I don't think, so we'll take this. Grab the POW safely out of the way. Why don't I just kill the thwomp completely? I don't think I need it for anything. Okay, that's a ding-dong, so it tells me that's a good idea. Alright, same idea here as before. We're going to... At this point, I don't think the on-off state really matters. Actually, one thing we can do is... Do I just get bumped to the side if I do this? Yes, I do. Whoops. That was not what I wanted. Yeah, because you get bumped into the POW like that. I was hoping to get on top of the POW and get pushed up, but it does bump you off to the side, which is what I probably should have predicted. That's okay. We can redo this to regain the POW. Also reset through here. Yeah, not hard to do it. Same interaction we've already seen. Okay. Now we do this. I guess if I'm tall, I hit the fire while remaining on the lower level, and then I can hit the P from below. So I just need to not lose the mushroom like I did for totally meaningless reasons earlier. Let's kill the Thwomp. Now let's get rid of the Muncher as well. You can also kill the Muncher if you get it to intersect with the on-off up there, if you place it correctly. That would be one big nuisance out of the way, but I don't think that's strictly necessary. We'll just bump it out this way and drop it. Now I will need to duck, I think, when I get pushed by the POW. We can also just load the POW this way. I don't know why I didn't just do it this way earlier. Never mind, I guess not. Yeah, we actually do want to change the on-off switch so I have a more comfortable jump. And now here's the tricky bit, which is ensuring that I can get pushed through without any issues. No. Something needs to constrain me in that position when I get pushed through. This is the current thing that we're missing, which is how do I get my head pushed down? So I guess I shouldn't have continued to duck. I should have stood up in that position. But then wouldn't I just get bumped up immediately? We'll think about it. I seem to be really close, though. Like, I feel like this is on the right track. Whoops. My mistake. Let's do this again. Anyway, I don't know why I took this thing with me. No need for it. Come on. Let's get some things out of the way. Yeah, it's setting up that final bounce that I don't know what to do with yet, and it likely has something to do with the fact that we have multiple usable springs. But we'll have to think about that. Nope, ran into that for no reason. That is really unfortunate. I'm going to take the POW so I don't have to do things the long way. In fact, the mushroom will just come down for me if I do that. And then block it. And then we'll do something similar to what we had before. Get that thwomp over. Ah, that's interesting. That I can actually unload the sideways trampoline, which if I unload it from the top using the thwomp and I drop it down here, then maybe I could do something with that as an extra object. Like where I just try to get pushed underneath here, maybe. Yeah, Roger Boy, this is a puzzle. Actually, the only puzzle I've done today. We are unfortunately on track to run, as usual, very, very late on this stream, though, so right now the queue is closed. And I'll see if I'm able to finish this one on this attempt. We have been very close. We've gotten right to the P-switch. And I've just been bumped up towards the top slot consistently without being able to complete it. I think I just need to make one minor adjustment, but I need to test it. See if my idea works. And thus far, it had not really been tested. You know, I think there's a way to actually kind of gradually alternate the muncher over. Whoops. No, I don't want to do that. No. I think getting the POW to push myself over to the P is the correct idea, but that's... I've just been very poor at executing it so far. But killing that and dropping this trampoline is something new. It's not really usable here, of course. I don't have anything I can do with it in the current position. Whoops. And once again, taking a hit needlessly. Let's... except there's nothing in its way now, so I can just get the mushroom immediately. So, not a big deal. But the fact that I'm getting stuffed up top above the bumper is the thing that's most concerning right now. I wonder what else can be done with the muncher positioning other than just moving it over to the claw. It's pretty well constrained, though. Unless perhaps getting the muncher on top of the skull platform assists with some of the stacking issues that we're seeing. Yeah, because currently the idea that I have, Roger Boy, is that I'm using the POW to push myself on the skull. And push myself all the way over to the P-switch. There is a specific reason that that's not quite working out so far, but I'll get to that in just a moment. I want to be tall so I can take damage from the fire on the right, but then how do I avoid not getting bumped? Like, I need to actually hit the P-switch with something, and I don't see what that is right now. Maybe it's some kind of object throw. I did lose the other spring on this attempt already for some reason. We'll do this. Whoops. So I'm getting bumped up because I'm getting bumped on top of the trampoline. I actually need to get rid of the trampoline once it falls off the claw and gets picked up then. That's the issue right now. I think I know what adjustment I need to make. The thing that's bumping me up is not the bumper. The thing that's bumping me up is that I'm getting pushed against the trampoline myself. If I understand this correctly. So I should actually be able to fix that without much difficulty. Okay. We'll hit this, move over. We'll let this one back. Previously, I was using the thought to unload that spring, which gave us access to more mushrooms if needed. I'm still able to do something like that, but we'll try to close out this attempt first. Whoops. Hang on. We had this. There we go. Yeah, I should have gotten that mushroom. So let's reset with the POW. Whoops, no, we want to go in this way. That drops the mushroom. And yeah, I probably was supposed to use the thwomp to unload trampoline maybe on top of this guy, but I don't see how that would help, in fact, so let's just do the same thing as before, except with the one final adjustment at the big finish. Oh, once again, yeah, it's an accuracy issue here, come on. Okay, got all that. The POW is the thing that matters here. Nope. Hang on, just so many execution errors. That's okay, we'll get in over here. And then we'll grab the thwomp. Now that's interesting, because it means that I can load that spring onto the skull platform. That should get me some pretty interesting results. Let's do this. Because now I can ride between the POW and that trampoline. Okay, let's get out of here. Yeah, I'll need to regain that, but as well as the mushroom, once again. Actually, the mushroom is going to leave me. Hang on a sec while we try to get across here for once. Put myself into a bit of a bad position here. Let's actually just move this thing. I do want it in the claw, but not while I'm still trying to set things up. Okay, we do have the on-off switch where I want it. No, that's not what I wanted. That made things worse. There we go. I want to grab this. There we go. Now here... Oops. It's not quite what I wanted at all. It took me way too long to try to set that up. No, it's clearly some kind of adjustment I need to make to get past this corner. I don't know yet if it will involve the side spring. It doesn't seem coincidental that the Thwomp is able to unload it like that. Whoops. Once again, mistake. Oh, one-way panel, okay, that's why. That's also a mistake, but it will grab the POW and just reset through this room. No, I did not want to spend a POW, that was just... God. Okay, let's tap this, go back. Drop the POW. No, this was not the attempt I wanted. I did not want to drop the claw yet. Let's... the top claw, rather. Let's get some of this stuff out of the way. Nope. That's not quite what I wanted, but okay, we'll take it. I just need to put this guy up eventually. Yeah, it's gonna be some kind of weird direction at the very end here. It remains very annoying to deal with the Muncher. But we'll bounce the mushroom over. And the thing is, I haven't had very many clean attempts even on the thing that I want to do. And I'll need to fix that up. Merlin, welcome. Hope you've been alright. Okay, here we go. Up goes over. Then we'll move the Muncher. Yeah, this is the issue here, is that if you drop down directly from the claw, you have no flexibility to swing, and you are going to land on top of the Muncher, and so if you get caught in the claw at all, you're in a pretty bad situation. But I do need to load the claw. Hang on, once again, just going to have to deal with this. Nope, come on. Muncher really is a massive nuisance. Now, we can use the springs to set up the POW a little bit differently. And Electric Dude, welcome. Just a moment while I drop this. There we go. Now I can place this. I still think this isn't going to quite get me what I want, though. Because you're still going to have issues with the spring placement on the right side. Oh, that's supremely annoying. That throw just always missing. And having to take a hit afterwards because the Muncher is just so inconveniently located. Come on. Let's not die to the Muncher. Let's try to actually have the claw catch something for once. No, so the question is... Hang on. If I create a kind of two object stack here, this might be interesting. Then you can use both of these trampolines to bounce two side-by-side objects, and then I would be able to bounce up directly here. I've got a new approach. Let's try this. I have a new idea. That does not involve bouncing myself over. That's actually specifically, I think, what the trap here is supposed to prevent. I've been thinking all this time that I'm supposed to cart myself over, but that's not the case. The point of carting things over is to drop an object over here that you otherwise would not be able to transport. In other words, the sideways spring. If you create it, and this also answers the question of why we have two upward springs. You have spring 1 here, spring 1 here, spring 2 here, rather. You have the sideways trampoline on one of them, you have the POW on the other one. You create a two-object platform that I can jump on top of, which is going to push me towards the P. That's the answer. Either that, or we just find some fancy way to cart the Muncher over the whole way, which I doubt will happen, so. But I think I have the right idea, so let's do it. Whoops. Okay, we're gonna move the swamp over and pretty much do what we did before in terms of dropping side spring into the skull platform. We do still need to get rid of the Muncher, otherwise it will not take things where I want them to go. Unless, of course, the side spring is supposed to push the Muncher all the way over, which would be interesting. Because then you can actually drop the Muncher and use the Muncher to hit the P, which we know will do a hard collision, and so I don't get trapped up there, because if I get on top of the platform, as I was saying, and I get pushed towards the P, I'm actually stuck there until the fire kills me. So we actually do want the Muncher to be the object that hits the P. In order to do that, the Muncher needs to be safely escorted all the way over, and in order to do that, it needs to be bumped. And it needs to be bumped like out of the claw and onto an object over here in this corner. So in order to do that, we will reset this attempt first of all, so we can get the claw in right position. Let's Yeah, it is going to be a Muncher activation onto P, for sure, I think. We can even take this first one away first next time. Just to minimize issues. We tossed this over there. And then now... I need to think about whether I want to preload an object onto this here. And whether that will prevent the Muncher from getting caught, or it will get bounced some other way. Let's see the interaction first by raising this. Okay, that's correct. That's correct. And that's to clear. Yeah, I should have seen in the first place that my opportunities to actually touch the P-switch were going to be extremely limited, so... Once I saw that it has to be the Muncher activating the P-switch, that was easy. So thank you for that, Terminator. Yeah, interesting solution. It took me a while to think about how to use things like the POW, but as soon as I saw the sideways trampoline fall on top of the thwomp, something about using it clicked, and then the last piece of the puzzle I needed to put together was just figuring out the activation in the corner, which I was already kind of thinking about, so... Yeah, it's interesting. Not too many red herrings, but enough flexibility with the items that you can use, like the POWs and the trampolines and such, that you have a lot of things to try in the meantime. I'll need to think about it a bit further to see if maybe any of the elements are superfluous, but I don't think I really sort of broke that in a particular way. I mean, the kind of bumper trap with the fire was sort of specifically there to prevent the strategy I was thinking of, which would have trapped me there. But I wasn't sure before trying it what the collision rule would be in terms of whether I was personally able to get under the P and whether I could get dunked afterwards. But if I looked at it carefully, I think I should have been able to infer that I do need primarily to move the Muncher. I don't know if you accounted for the possibility that I could have just bumped the Muncher to either side with the vertical spring, but that wasn't the solution anyway, so... Not so impossible after all. I'm kind of interested in what that shoujo cheese on a previous version was now, but let's mark that as a win and move on. And thank you once again, Terminator, for the resub. And, oh yeah, we should be going next and sub-next from here, but Striker has been waiting for so long, and I've had so many false alarms here that we'll do... Striker is rather Strikester first, and then we'll have an Nintenium right after that. So thank you to the patience of everybody in queue. Yeah, that technically should have been sub next, but let's roll with it. I think the queue skip earlier threw me off. Perilous P, this took you about a year to beat. I'll be happy to try it. Judging by the fact that you have no clears on it and that it took you a year to beat, I'm not expecting a clear necessarily, but we'll put in at least a reasonable number of attempts. She moved a Muncher to the right with the spring like I did, and you had to add the one-way under the goal after she found an exploit. Yeah. Yeah, because if that's not the actual solution, it looked like an easy thing to overlook. Yeah, we'll see. If I can't even make the first few jumps, we'll have to rethink this. Okay. Is this supposed to be like Kaizo Tech P jump? Because I can tell you right now I don't really know how to do it. But maybe we're just supposed to deflect the spike top. Or just do a P jump up top, but I don't think I can reach. Like the arrow here. Might indicate something. Hang on. Yeah, no, P jumps will do just fine. That's plenty of height. Pink coins are required. Okay, we can do it. After dealing with all the Luigi jumps on that Mario Maker 1 level that we saw this week, the P jumps in Maker 2 feel much more relaxed. This is telling me that an object throw is going to land a P on top of the muncher. I don't really see where to go after that. The P... Whoops. I don't know if we're in range of an icicle or something, but we'll... Whoops. Didn't expect this guy to reverse on me so quickly. That's an interesting interaction, that while the spike top is on top, it just reverses. I feel like that's probably a puzzle solution in the making. Yeah, so I see the arrows and the ice are actually just an alignment tool here. Whoops. Okay. Now, one thing you should keep in mind is that while I have access to the level description telling me that the pink coins are required, it will not necessarily be obvious to people who don't read the description, either because they don't speak the language or if they're playing through Endless. So just be aware of that whenever you have required pink coins that actually look optional, because here they look optional, which is probably why you specified it in the more info that you should be picking them up. Because if you have required locations that you need to touch, it's best to force them to actually be required. Let's see. So I'm looking ahead to see if like maybe there's an icicle that I need up there. The P-switch activation might also just make something else entirely happen. Who knows? No? I don't know what that is then. Because I don't actually see anything to land on the other side. Unless I just need to take another P and do like a mid-air or something, which I can tell you right now is not really part of my skill set, but we'll try to give this a fair shake. Oops. Hang on, we had plenty of momentum earlier, I don't know why we're suddenly having so much trouble. No mid-air, just P jumps, okay. Hang on, we had this. Oh. Yeah, flubbing that first jump all of a sudden. I actually kind of wonder in certain cases whether the head bump to move the P will do anything. I mean, in Super Mario World, you can always just pick up the P anyway, so there's no purpose. But, whoops. I wasn't even worried about this jump earlier, and I don't know why it's suddenly giving me grief. There we go. So yeah, this we know so far, but I don't know how to continue after that. Because the icicles restrict a bit of height, there's nothing that I can land on the other side. I don't know if I needed to take another P and maybe chuck it over. This is the only P I have access to currently. Let's see here. P jump could be a P spin, I don't know. No, I think we just need to jump it. Yeah, you need to jump it, and you need to jump it precisely enough to just go under that icicle. That's purely it. It's actually just a precision element there to get the curve of the jump to be a little further to the right. That's going to be tight. Hang on. Don't know why I'm having some trouble here. Probably just a little bit slow on the jumps themselves. Nope, hang on. You need a fair bit of sideways momentum here. I almost had it. Almost had it. The icicle is going to constrain quite a bit of space, but I think it's fairly clear that it is just a P-jump at this point. I do need to P-jump a little bit faster here to get this to go accurately. Yeah, luckily not something time sensitive. I can just redo this until we get it. I think I'm just too low on the P, actually. We just need to be dead center. It's a bit of a reach. We've done it many times now. Didn't expect to have this much trouble. There we go, just more momentum will do it. Whoops. Also notable is that we are really running down that timer. If we had something like a 300-second start, we're burning through it. So that might end up being a consideration. Whoops, and that's going to be another throw followed by another P-jump that's under an icicle with identical spacing. Same idea. Yeah, this is all momentum. Yeah, those icicle placements are going to be pretty punishing. We'll need to do at least 2 in a row. Yeah, just need a little bit more running momentum going into this, perhaps. But I don't know why I'm so inconsistent about this. We had no problem earlier. Whoops. Yeah, humid mid-air Ps are not something I really do with any consistency in Maker 2. I'm not counting on it if we have an alternative. I don't see why this is only working for me like half the time, though. This is kind of strange. I thought it was just a momentum issue, but clearly we have some accuracy problems as well. Yeah. Well, we were making us. I don't know why I can't do it now. Probably just a poor landing on the switch itself, but... There we go. Whoops. Yeah, I think a lot of the P-switches could afford to be like maybe one block more lenient. But I guess this is the central challenge of the level, just... It is essentially kind of a precision-like level, except it doesn't look that way simply because it is a much more spacious than a typical precision experience. Like, it's not claustrophobic, you still have tons of room to do jump adjustments, etc., but there just isn't really much flexibility when it comes to the jump requirements themselves. So, I'll see what I can do about it. This should not be difficult. This is a very simple bit here. But it is a bit of a reach. And I've done it many times already, I just don't have a good, consistent method for making sure it happens. Roger Boy, I don't think it's midair. We were doing this just fine earlier. We were doing it just fine. We didn't need to do a midair drop into it. Like we normally would in low gravity or something. It was working out just fine, the way I was doing it previously. And it is kind of built with the expectation of throwing against a wall. Yeah, don't know why that wasn't working out earlier. That was really quite simple. Whoops, just probably some control inaccuracy on my part. Oops. Dunking my head, as always. Like, it doesn't seem unmanageable for me at all. It's just that I'm not getting much consistency. Such that it's a little hard for me to diagnose the problem. In terms of understanding what it is I'm doing wrong with my input. That is going right some of the time. Because it is a long, long reach. It seemed like it was just the extra tile from having enough running momentum. Because you do get that extra block or so from a run. That's why I'm trying it from the left here. I think I am slowing down and pulling back, and that's part of the issue. Oops. But because you're kind of right up against a wall, there's a bit of an issue. I actually kind of wonder with the first P if I just don't place it against a wall, like place it a little to the left. It's actually closer. Not quite right, but... That's a lot more comfortable, in fact. Won't always be able to rely on it. Nope. That's okay, we'll just grab it over here. Nope, that's way off. As long as it doesn't accidentally land on anything. Whoops. Oh no, the adjustment jump there killed me. Trying to save my landing there. Yeah, no, let's just not put it at the end. Here we go. Okay, let's do this. Okay. Nope. So I have to let go properly here. And then it's going to be the same kind of landing as before. Oh, that was almost correct, actually. Seemed like the implication there was to wait for that pipe. I actually think it is possible to make it over directly. It is progress. Big chunk of it. Yeah, it would obviously be a much easier level if these jumps were more lenient by about a block or so, but I think it would be a better level. Just in terms of, you know, being something that would still require you to get P-jumps down accurately, but wouldn't be so dependent on the spacing. But of course, you know, you're trying to set it up in a way that requires the P-jump, and that's naturally going to come with certain limitations when it comes to preventing the player from just doing everything with a normal jump. But there's plenty of that already with some of the P columns later on, in terms of enforcing the P landing, starting with this part of the level, so I think the early columns can be just a little bit tight if you're trying to get back to where you were. But that's okay, we'll try to make it happen. Just giving myself a little more space to work with here, perhaps. Yeah, I don't know why it's so troublesome. Here we go. Okay, let's do this again. It's quite nice that this level is very gentle about letting you retry if you do miss some rows. It's actually pretty considerate about that. Which is why it is kind of surprising that the spacing requirements are that tight, because everything else about the level is actually quite lenient to the player in terms of pacing and just letting you have a second go at things. Whoops. Yeah, it may just be issues with my directional control, so. Okay. Nope. Yeah, here in order to get that throw, it does seem like you have to kind of lean forward a bit and jump outwards, and landing back on a column is going to be a little bit tough. But... let's try to go back and make that happen. Okay. Surprisingly tight. Doesn't even look that tight. I think that's pretty standard fare for a P jump, but... yeah, I didn't expect that I would have so much trouble just getting that one space to cooperate. Whoops. Nope. It'll let go a little sooner. There we go. And that's too tight. And then when you get ahead with the camera getting into position as you jump over to that first muncher, the P drops on the next muncher. And we saw that previously. Oops. Okay, let's try to make this go again. We haven't even seen a coin 2 yet, so not very far in this at all. Yeah, luckily we're not required to make jumps like that very consistently yet. If later on you only get one shot at a jump like that, with that kind of tightness, that would be maybe a bit of an issue. Okay, now we've got it in the correct corner. Whoops. Nope. And then, okay, so that's what constrains you from just doing a full jump directly to the vines. You do need to stop. Let's see if we can pass that section. I might not continue too far beyond that, but we'll try to get up there. And yeah, it is progress, so... okay, that's good. That's accurate for once. Is that a P? Yes, it is. Okay, that is very accurate, in fact. Okay. Here, you need to grab the P in midair as it spawns out of the pipe, and then throw it against a wall. Okay. Whoops. Was hoping to jump on top of it. That's kind of an interesting segment. Can't do it yet, but I like the idea there, if I understand it correctly. Okay, there we go. And yeah, these kind of get you accustomed early to the idea of making throws from the vines. Oh, nope. I have to remember to back out of that jump a little bit. Merlin, you almost got a new course uploaded. Congratulations. Eventually. Yeah, too much speed. Be a crackdown on that kind of speed. Whoops. Yeah, let's move it out again a little bit. Way more comfortable. So, interestingly enough, if you hit the P off-center, it seems like you get more height. If I'm hitting the P dead center, counterintuitively, it seems like it doesn't get me as high as sort of nipping the P on the corner. Well, it's a round, it's not really a corner, but you know what I mean. Like the top left or top right of the curve. Seems to work a lot better if you can aim for it. That's probably just precision tech, I don't know. But it does seem like to be more cooperative if you don't try to land on it dead center. Sometimes, maybe. I might just be mistaking that for a different effect, but... There we go, it's partly just a timing thing. My timing might be too far behind. I think it might actually be a timing thing where my P jumps are just a few frames too late. And that's enough to sink you. Nope. Didn't go far enough for that bounce. Yeah, pretty satisfied with the amount of progress I have made, of course. We did improve on a couple of things over the course of the level. And then we'll do this again. Try to get that curve underneath. Okay, there we go. Oddly convenient. Whoops, not quite. Yeah, so I think you need to regrab the P rather on the way up and toss it into consecutive columns. I really like this idea. I don't know if I can do it, but it's a cool segment to read. Yeah, because you kind of need to pick it up here without hitting a muncher, and then you need to send it over to the next muncher. And then you need to jump using the vine instead of jumping on top of the P. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. You're scared of the muncher hitboxes. Yeah. These munchers aren't joking around. The icicle hitboxes are slightly more of an issue here, but it's pretty satisfying to get some of this stuff down. It's maybe a level that is still uncleared mostly because of length, but it's hard to tell. I mean, so far I'm just getting a sense of the pacing because we've only hit one pink coin so far. If the pink coins are required, that actually tells me there is no checkpoint. Because it would need to be clearable from checkpoint. And there's no apparent way to loop back to the beginning of the level. Not that you would want to. So yeah, I think it's probably just uncleared from length. And that's okay, like I don't mind that kind of design where it's purely just kind of survival and consistency based. I do find that if you want to go for that kind of length, often you don't want the individual obstacles to be tuned quite so tightly. That the trade-off for a large-scale level with no checkpoints is that the individual elements should probably be a little more lenient. And it's a difficult balance to strike. And of course, that's just sort of coming from my own stylistic biases as well, where I'm not too keen on tight precision, but I do like long consistency levels, and so like long levels that have a lot of platforming variety to them and really reward you for learning methods that are just going to work 100% of the time and don't have too much of an execution check involved. But I would like to get past this segment at least, because it seems really interesting. It's probably the most unique idea that we've seen so far in this level. You're saying it's not too long. Yeah, it might be something that I have to learn over multiple attempts or continue on an unfinished business stream. It is a good idea, I think. Like, I think there's a lot of variety to the jumps. But it's one that also needs, I think, more practice, especially because I get slowed down a lot at this beginning section. And the timer may eventually be an issue because of certain segments like this. I'm spending a lot of time repeating, like it could be that if I take this long with the opening and don't get the first two Ps in a reasonable number of attempts, that timeout actually becomes a serious issue. Which means that some of these might be dead attempts anyway if I don't really clean that up. I'll try to make at least one more deep run and then we'll probably call it for now. It's simply because of the length of the queue and the fact that I have made a satisfying amount of progress so far. Might be something we have to learn over a longer stretch. It would really be nice to do that sequence at the end of where I progressed so far, though, because, like I said, it does look like a legitimately inventive idea. Nope. And sneaky little spike top's going to try to follow me home. Okay, getting this quickly for once. Whoops. And you're saying there's no timer crunch? Okay. Well, I mean, you would think there's no timer crunch, but I'm spending 100 seconds on the first 2 jumps, then. Like, that's not a problem with the level, that's just a problem with how I'm playing it, but... Hard to gauge sometimes because I do sometimes time out in spectacular fashion in places that you wouldn't expect. Okay, there we go. Nope. Yeah, in general, you do need to take advantage of the fact that pointing the directional arrow into the throw is going to go a little further than the throw from neutral. That's a pretty important part of understanding how to play this in certain locations. Oops. Nope. Okay, we'll cart that over. Once again, very grateful for some of these repeatable attempts. Still having some trouble getting under. Yeah, let's just given the current length, let's just tap out for the moment. I want to see what's going on overall. Clear check time about 3:22. Yeah, that's about 200 seconds, so about 100 seconds of available padding. You can see that we sort of got about a third of the way through. And like I said, that segment there with the continuous throws is pretty interesting. And then you get into all the single columns that you see in the title screen, and where I would assume it's the same kind of idea where you have to kind of pick up a P on your way up, where you jump from one vine to the next vine over the muncher, but then you need to pick up the P and then drop it on the next muncher, where, you know, you jump off the vine, you pick up the P, you go over the muncher, you drop it on the next muncher, and you just kind of do it in a consistent sequence all the way over. And the segment that we had reached kind of began to train you in that idea. That seems tough. I can see why that would be a point of concern, so. Yeah. Interesting, though. Interesting ideas. So, thank you for that. Throwing at the ice blocks, yes, yes. Which is what had happened throughout the level so far. In terms of just having the P consistently fall down to the muncher from those columns, so. Yeah, thank you for that. A little beyond me for now, but it was neat to see anyway. Thanks for submitting. Nintenium, if you are still here. And you are. Let me just check the remaining list just to take a glance at who might still be hanging around. Currently, in terms of the chat list, I think I only see Hugh made Although I know that Kusai R was sort of checking the queue earlier. So it might just be Nintenium and Humade remaining, depending on who checks in. But judging by the sometimes buggy online list, that is what's going to happen today. And I will likely not be continuing past that point because we are, as usual, running pretty long, so... Sky Prism, light Kaizo in the sky with diamonds. Okay. Interesting fire there. Okay, I see, because that's just a short bounce followed by landing on the shell. Interesting that I would be able to take a short bounce that far, but that's an up throw. Up throw, and then I land onto Vine. That's interesting. Up throw, I cling onto the Vine, and then I let that fall. And then, no, that's okay. Except, no, I needed to catch it again. I throw it up, I catch it again, I come here, I throw it. And then I spring out of that. Interesting. Oh, whoops, I just missed it. Let's try to jump this. And yes, that's correct. That's going to be a spin jump onto Piranha, and then that's going to take me to the trampoline on the other side. That actually is right. Even if I slow down a bit and just to pick up initially. And I edge into it. Yeah, I don't quite want the trampoline to fall that way. I mean, it's supposed to be a pretty smooth movement, I'm pretty sure, but the fact that I could salvage it earlier made me think that I could do so once again if it does land directly on the column. Not quite the case. Oh, whoops, I backed into it a bit. Yeah, you kind of need to follow the spring momentum past the up throw and pick it up again, ideally immediately, but only if I'm able to aim that jump. Oh, once again. Well, that's a bit of a silly way to go. Ramming into the wall. Getting my face chewed off. Nope. Yeah, I should really stop having this habit of pulling back into that jump, but... just for a bit of compensation there for my forward momentum. Nope, wrong. I know it's supposed to be a Koopa kick to the right, but sometimes I miss. Oh, whoops. Trying to salvage that, and I just hit the on-off switch the second time, which was not wise. And yeah, I guess the falling large Podoboo here is just to add some time pressure so you don't bounce indefinitely on top of the note block, which would be an SD lock issue if you don't have something to kill you. So that's what the fire is for. Yeah, I don't really like going immediately if it is able to fall conveniently, like it did earlier, allowing me to do a sort of slow pickup. That works a lot better for me, because right now it may just be going too early. If I let the spring fall a little bit lower, I would be able to have a better arc towards that mole. so we'll see about that. Okay, great. And then I just need a better shell release over here so I can bounce into the small buzzy shell and eventually drop that large buzzy shell. Just the kind of Kaizo style item releases I always have trouble with, where you do need a whole jump into it. Okay, that worked well. Except I got a little bit caught by the one-way panel just by having the spring land too far to the left. But to that point, things seem reasonable. Up we go. And miss. And yeah, a lot of problems of just overcorrecting and backing out of forward momentum, which is often not going to be good for me in a context like this style of platforming. Now, you hit that once. It looks like I'm supposed to hit that twice, and that I would need to let up on jump in order to do that, because I'm kind of falling at the same rates there of 9.81 meters per second. And that's just going to be equivalent to the falling rate of the Buzzy, because we're not really encountering any difference in wind resistance. If, however, I drop a little bit lower and do a shell kick like that, I should be able to pop my way over. I don't miss. And that was still salvageable, too, in terms of that pickup from Divine. Oops. Just slipped off the side there before managing to land. Yeah, sometimes it's just a little too far to the left going into the vine, and that's... Whoa, that's not a great throw. Everything was just a little too low there. I think I was just late on it. Relatively easy thing to repair, though, so we'll get back to it. And yeah, figuring out what to do with the big buzzy shell is going to be the next big obstacle that I haven't actually sorted out yet in terms of strategy. But of course we need to get a cleaner landing on the shell first. Hume is going to replace that submission with the Koopa challenge. Yeah, perfectly welcome to do so. Looking forward to it. I am holding jump into that, but the release is just not quite working out for me there. Okay, that's satisfying. Ah, too early on that. Reasonable amount of progress for a blind read, though, going up to that point. I mean, the coin trail did give me a pretty clear signal of where to go next. I just didn't quite predict the bounce on the POW in terms of how that whole sequence was going to resolve itself, but very satisfying to get all that done at once, though. Just a big feeling of relief getting past this bit here with the small Buzzy and the big Buzzy. That just leads to a burst of progress all of a sudden. Always nice to see that. Yeah, getting that spacing a little bit better, except this throw, as you can see, is still a little bit off the marker. Landing just short. It's probably because I'm not quite doing a forward throw. I might be accidentally doing a neutral throw since I'm controlling my momentum towards the icicle landing. And if I'm doing that, then the throw is falling a little bit short of where I would like it to go. So yeah, going a little bit later on the up throw is actually fine. Positionally feels a little bit more comfortable than what I was doing before. Like right now, oh, oops, that's a mistake. Yeah, it feels pretty reasonably approachable so far, though. It's just a few minor issues for me to sort out. Record on this is what, 30 seconds? Yeah, we've made a pretty reasonable amount of progress with what I've seen so far. Much better this time. Yeah, really satisfying to get the big Buzzy shell down. You just need to let the reclaim interaction play itself, really, without stressing out too much about it. Whoops. Yeah, a little bit later on that throw is fine. It's just that my central position under the on-off switch wasn't quite right that time. That's just going to be another little thing we'll be trying to repair. Lost a little bit too much momentum on Divine there from stalling. If done right, that is going to be one nice, continuous, fluid timing, just like that. Very satisfying when it does work. Okay. Too low on that time. Don't know if I needed to lean into that a little bit more, but the thing about the big Buzzy shell is that when everything works out with it, it works beautifully. When it doesn't quite work out, I don't tend to understand what I can be doing differently. Probably just leaning into the reclaim. Yeah, it is just holding right into it. That's the solution to get a reclaim positioning to get me the third consecutive bounce without falling straight through. So we actually do have a solution to that now that is very encouraging. Means I should be able to get through that with a bit more consistency. high bounce off the third bounce. Whoops. Well, that didn't quite work. SD lock, I guess. Not a serious one. I mean, it's very clear that that's kind of my fault for placing the POW like that. But that's how it goes. Very much self-inflicted. Yeah, very satisfying to get that consistently once you do understand it. And I'm glad I figured that out. And yeah, welcome back, Kusai. You're still in queue, and you still will be played if you are here. So... okay, here we go. Oops, a little bit short in that jump. Oh, that was very accidental. Just an inadvertent up diagonal, probably just from the way I'm holding my controller. It's kind of bent everything a little too far up. It's going to take a little bit of time here, but well... nope. Yeah, backed into that a little bit too much. Very fixable. Yeah, the difficulty is actually pretty comfortable for me so far. A lot of avoidable stuff that I'm dying to. Nope, I wanted to throw that, I just didn't manage to get the second landing on it quickly enough. Game audio is cutting off a little bit again. Yeah, let me fix that. We've had a few interruptions for that today, but let me repair it. Yeah, it's sort of interesting that I haven't had the sound problems with my Wii U at all, and then it's entirely coming from the Switch. It may be some kind of cabling issue, or maybe there is some difference in the fidelity of the audio signal that is leading to that discrepancy. Or maybe I've just been lucky on the Maker 1 streams that I've been doing, that things have been running smoothly. Oops. Yeah, gonna delay that throw a little bit up to the on-off switch. That was a fix that worked for the most part. Nope, once again. Still sort of thinking ahead to that Goomba later in terms of how quickly I need to get it thrown and kicked and all that. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Yeah, nice, easy input reclaim once you learn the input for it. Whoops, nope, I was trying to get a drop there. I just didn't hit the D-pad in time for when I let go of the POW. A little bit of scrambled muscle memory there. Or just poor reaction time to get the correct button order down. But yeah, this seems very, very feasible. A lot of variety to it, too. Like, it has a very consistent look and feel to it here in the Sky theme in terms of how the typical Muncher and Mole Kaizo light setups are being put together, but the actual specifics of the platforming kind of change things up in a very regular pace. So, lots of different things to read here. Not quite. And the jumps are pretty comfortable despite the issues I'm having with one or two places. Okay, there we go. Too soon. Let up on that jump a little too early as well. Wow, I got under the POW. That was a sign of a late release. I was just released too late when I was already kind of against a pipe. The POW went over my head. Not what I expected. Whoops. Okay, up we go. Now that was too soon. Such that I was way too high above the POW and I just missed a bounce entirely and did the accidental pickup. I think even if I had let go of the grab button, I would not have successfully bounced above the POW. It's just too far ahead of me. So there is a bit of a timing element involved with the POW drop that I do need to fix up. Just to get it to go down that column, but not too late, not too soon. A little bit difficult to spot. I guess the marker does tell me the position for where the throw is intended to be, but the drop rather. I wasn't expecting that, just given that I hadn't had any trouble with POW drop previously. And then now we're finding some edge cases for how to make a total hash out of that. Yeah, once again, too soon. Or maybe just too much of a jump. By the way, that needs fixing for me. It is one of those elements where if you get it wrong, it's difficult to see how to correct for it, but then, as with the big buzzy area, if I manage to get it down consistently, it'll be quite satisfying, I'm sure. Yeah, a little bit off-center going into that jump. So things were not going to work out anyway, spacing-wise. Nice high bounce is the way to do it. And I do need a bit of a run into that. Can't just do it from standing, unfortunately, unless I'm a lot faster getting off that platform. Much better. Oh, here we go again. Too soon. Yeah, this one-tile column here is definitely giving me a few problems, especially with Bounce now starting to get ahead of me on some other attempts. One of those elements that just kind of started giving me difficulty out of nowhere. Previously, I was not concerned about it in the least. I mean, the mistakes we're making in this part of the level at this point are generally pretty familiar and pretty fixable. So, just a matter of powering through it and sorting out the inaccuracies like this one. That POW is going to be a bit of a concern. We haven't got past it in a while. Nope. Okay, up we go. Yeah, I just need to get some solid attempts into the later part of the level again after having some issues lately. Here we go again. Nope. Just, once again, D-pad order. See, that POW has turned into something quite different. It's was an afterthought, and now it feels like the most difficult trick in the level. Just out of the blue. Because I didn't realize how convenient my timing was in some of the earlier attempts when I was succeeding at that a bit more gracefully. But that's okay, some of these things will hopefully not take too long to correct, as long as I don't lose too much momentum on Divine like I did many attempts ago, so starting to have old problems creep back in slowly. Hopefully not too many of them. Okay, here's the moment of truth. Way too soon, I think. The drop was accurate at the time, the timing was not. Just completely lost a sweet spot I had earlier. Nope. Bad slide on that platform when I went up. Okay, toss, toss. Shell's feeling a lot more comfortable now. Both the little one and the big one. Came to a bit of a dead stop on the platform that time. That was unexpected. Like, I don't know why my POW drop timing is suddenly so much worse. There was some timing window I had earlier in which I've since lost. I only just noticed that this is probably something that I've noticed and commented on many times before in other levels, but for some reason I only just noticed that this one has the timer set to 420. It's probably not something I've thought about in a while, simply because we've played some levels by Nintentium here with tighter constraints, you know, like 20 seconds, 40 seconds, etc. Well, there's only one thing to do when you're given 420 seconds, and that is to blaze it. Okay, up we go. And down. No, once again, missing the drop. You see, now I know it's a problem spot. I'm beginning to choke a little bit, I think, from reaching that spot and just being uncertain about how I'm going to fix that problem that I keep running into. So I'm over-adjusting in every possible direction except the correct one. Yeah, Humate, you are probably next because the person ahead of you, I think, dished quite a while ago, so... But we'll check, of course. Yeah, so that's almost at the 20-second mark so far. We were very close to the end, I think, when I hit the Goomba, which was as far as my progression has taken me so far, but I feel like we were actually very close to the finish. No, once again, just dead stopped my momentum when I was expecting it to just run smoothly past the POW. So all kinds of stuff is going wrong with the POW area all of a sudden, and it's been a whole grab bag of disasters there. Always a little unsure what's going to hit me next there when it comes to something going wrong. But yeah, 401 seconds past the red pipe. That's 2/3 of the way. Almost. If the record is to be believed. I mean, obviously, my jumps are not particularly optimized. But the timing in the level is also controlled enough that we're not going to be that far off the world record, even with sloppy play. Okay, that's going smoothly for once. Nope, that's not. The early material is mostly entering muscle memory, but occasionally mistakes do happen, as we see with the up throw there. Okay, lower down an icicle. There we go. And I finally got it. That's the first POW bounce we've had in ages, and I just was taken by surprise at succeeding, I think, and didn't manage to get momentum over to the spike afterwards. Because I just wanted to see if I could make that landing in the first place. Well, we've got it again. And we just need to fix everything else that comes after it. But yeah, judging by the timing at that point, we were at about 23 seconds into the level. The Goomba must have been really, really close to the gate. Surprises can and do happen, though. Yeah, so I'm dropping on top of the Goomba. We do need to drop on top of it in order to kick it to begin with. But we need to throw it and then spin jump on top of it when it has been kicked all the way to the right. So the issue right now is that when I'm bouncing on top of the Goomba, I'm overshooting it while the platform is falling. However, the platform doesn't fall until I land on it, personally. So the main thing is that I need to not overshoot the Goomba so much that I can pick it up when I fall into it. Possibly I need to fall towards its left or something. But finally, that's the second time I've reached that. After way too many jokes, just like that one. Okay, doing well here. Nope, once again, dead stop from landing too close, I think. Because if I'm landing on a platform right beside the POW, then I have no forward momentum going into that pickup. And everything falls apart very, very quickly. Way too high jump. The drop was fine, I just jumped too high. And that was not ideal. Okay, here we go. And that's overcompensating a little bit. Fell under the POW this time. Can't believe that POW is so difficult to straighten out all of a sudden. It's a much tighter pocket. timing-wise than I had come to expect. Nope, once again, too soon. I am now more and more convinced that the POW actually is the hardest element in the level. Sometimes it's the landing on that platform, sometimes it's just that I don't read markers well. But moreover, it's just a little difficult between attempts to isolate the pocket of timing that is going to make that come together, so... Just going to take a couple of attempts to get straight. Of course, the more consistent I am about the early stuff, the easier it will be for me to get more attempts in on a part that's actually giving me trouble. The two parts, the POW and later on the Goomba. Yeah, directional control here, it's obviously falling apart a little bit when it comes to accidentally hitting some diagonals. Just probably from rocking the D-pad. Okay. No, too soon. Or too high a jump. Yeah, I'm letting go of the POW too low. I am way off the marker, and maybe I was much stricter about following the marker on the first few attempts I had there, and that worked more successfully when I was not so much thinking ahead to how I was going to land into it next, but just sort of following along and basically just sight reading the guidance. It's possible we just kind of need to go back to that and focus on the marker rather than being so fixated on it as a timing trick. No, still too high. And still too soon to drop. Remarkable how much trouble that's giving me. No. Okay, so far so good. Avoiding some of the previous problems we had with things like the icicle. And once again, too close. Yeah, too close to the pipe. Platform landing locations do matter. Let's see. we'll hop on ahead. Well, we'll see if I can do it. I mean, everything felt under control, and then it's just been one wipe after another on that POW. But I just need one really solid crack at that Goomba at the end then. Well, as far as we can see, there are still some platforming elements right after that that can't be too far. Okay. Getting places. Slowly. Yeah, that icicle has been a bit of an issue in itself, but avoidable one that I'm just ramming into as a quirk of timing. Yeah, I'm dropping too soon now. Just not in sync with that marker at all. So we're going to drop this guy. There we go, finally. Nope, I got this mixed up. It's supposed to be jump and then spin jump. I did spin jump and then jump, and that was a disaster. Even though the first spin jump correctly got me over to the note block. Okay, that's very close though. That's a new record in terms of progress. And all it took was one solid drop in that POW. After many, many failures on the same location. All occasioned by totally different factors. But hey, this is looking pretty feasible now. There we go. Nice and solid. Actually, that spin that I did last time was probably even better than trying to do a standard jump in that location, but that's the kind of thing we'll have to figure out as we get back there. The thing about this POW is that it's not even particularly technical. You could imagine a lot of players would just one-shot it without thinking about it. Because if you do it correctly and drop it in the box, there's really nothing worth sweating there. But you get back there often enough and you start to question that. Okay, very smooth. That piranha seems pretty low at that point. Like it's not going to get me over. It's sinking pretty low in that location, I think. We might need to make some other optimization there. Get everything to flow a little bit faster. Nope, we will take the full jump there. Just need to be really quick about it. Running to the right of the platforming, of the blue platform rather, and sneaking under the icicles as quickly as possible so we're not outpaced by the piranha on its way down. And that should be pretty much all there is to it. It looks like we have a fairly high bounce above that piranha above the next puncher, and that should be quite close to the goal. Yeah, I just need to hit a very exact timing in terms of running underneath those icicles. Too soon and you ram into the icicles, too late and the piranha plant at the very end just doesn't give you enough height. Or at least I don't think so. Okay, this segment finally... No, we need to spin jump. Finally going well. We spin jump over the piranha plant. That timing I just had, if I'd done the spin jump accurately, would have gotten me over the muncher very comfortably onto the icicles that are just across. So... getting closer. Feels like we've spent a better part of an hour on this, which surprises me because it really is a very unassuming level. Like, everything here is very approachable. But a lot of the minor issues, like all the trouble we had with this power drop here, just stack up over time. It's a surprising thing to have that much trouble with. Landed too far to the left of the note block. Okay, here we go. Nope. Back to the old ways. Okay, almost across. Yeah, once it gets too late on a D-pad, just very poor response time and coordination between two hands, two thumbs, leading to all kinds of disastrous results. Always some pretty tight enforcement. Those icicles in certain locations. Yeah, way too short in that jump, trying to cut too many corners. Okay. No, dead stop once again. Really astonishes me the sheer variety of things that can go wrong in that POW section. Not a particularly difficult element, but so many ways to make a mess of it. And we've hit most of those at this point. Drops too early, drops too late, accidental throws. Not enough momentum. All kinds of disasters. All in that one spot. Too late on that. That's the first time I've seen that skewer, so that was just poor reaction time in terms of getting up to that door. Understanding that the skewer was about to crush it if I didn't move up towards it fast enough. But hey, so close we can taste it. And there's nothing too technical about that. The main sticking point is to POW. The Goomba hasn't actually given me too much trouble recently. It's more the Piranha Plant afterwards is maybe a bit of spacing trouble, but honestly, it's not that hard. We just haven't had very many clean attempts at it. Once we get a clean attempt at it, I think we've solved most of what we need to solve from a technical standpoint. Okay, almost thought that was late. Miraculously worked out. We're gonna check the block. Okay, nothing dunked me there. That was good news. Thank you for the GG, and thank you for the level, Nintentium. I should not have had nearly as much trouble as I did with that POW, but we got it. And that's what matters. I think I probably tanked the clear rate. It was 1.3 something before. Pretty small sample size, I'm sure. We'll kind of take that win and walk with it, so. Yeah, great level as always. Seems like it's been getting some decent play from the other streamers so far, so. Let's, at long last, mark that as a win, and let's see who's left. Thank you for the patience of anybody who actually did stay. I do not really expect that to be a very high number at this point, but we'll see who is here. The Bubs does not appear to be here, but please check in if you are. I think the Bubs is long gone. Humate, I believe, actually is here. So Humate, if you check in once again, we put you through an extreme wait today. But hopefully it will be worth it. You may be last today. I did see Akuse check in earlier, but they might be gone now, so we'll see. This level is a playtest? Yeah. Thanks for letting me know. Let's see how it goes. Koopa Challenge. Keep the shell with you to reach the goal. Version 3. 4 seconds? Oh, probably because the playtest has a dev door or something. Who knows? And yeah, Dordler and Medi, I don't know if I'll have time. I'm at the 6-hour mark because I am starting my stream earlier than I used to. Last week and the week before I ran to 7 hours, but honestly that was way too long. And so I just don't know if that's going to happen today, just to keep expectations realistic. If this one gets by really quickly, then maybe. But okay, no, I see what's going on here. Is you need to basically shake left and right to do the Koopa shell drop. Yep, I see. So it's kind of like a rhythm game. It's exactly a rhythm game, in fact. The thing I would recommend, even with the clear condition, is that I know this is just sort of a concept demo for something that you probably want to expand on, but you would probably want to let the player reset immediately without having to take the loss to do it. Yeah, so it is purely rhythmic. Yeah, especially because you're gating me off at the very end. Better to just get the player back into the beginning if you can, which I know is potentially difficult from being tight on space. You do have some horizontal space to work with, though. So I'm actually trying to do this with a different controller grip. I'm putting my index and middle finger on right and left on the D-pad respectively. So I can just kind of trill the fingers and just need to find the exact rhythm for it. Because rocking back and forth with the thumb is not going to fly here. You're saying there is a cheese, but you'll solve it in version 4. Why don't I just kick it? Is that the cheese you're talking about? Unless, of course, well, no, if you kick it, the shell just disappears. Unless, of course, I drop down and after it quickly enough that I just tap it on the way down. So... Or if you just reposition it such that the Koopa follows me. Right? No, because it's a red Koopa, it doesn't do that. And because the block hit here would have a word to say about that. Yeah, the drop, I can see that being the case. Except, of course, the drop just sends it right through the end. So you would need to follow it through immediately and grab it on the bottom. You need to follow it pretty close to do that, though. Anyway, let's try to do the minigame the intended way. No. Interesting idea. No, hang on. Yeah, so I'm turning a little too soon. I want to basically turn around with a shell as soon as I pass each of the Goombas. And you do need to know the exact rhythm of it. We got about halfway that time before I kind of needlessly accelerated it. Yeah, I kind of need to figure out what the rhythm is going to be. I might even just do a bit of a straight drop first to just get a sense of it. But you're falling so quickly that it's kind of hard to place exactly how it's going to go. I'm doing it a little bit too fast, and I can tell because it's sort of accelerating past the cycle I want as I get lower. And Electrodude, you use this in some Kaizo levels. Maybe I remember that. Maybe. But perhaps not. Would be tricky in a Kaizo context. In Maker 1, okay. Interesting. Maybe my controller grip idea isn't so great. Well, no, it's going to be much easier than rocking the thumb. It's something that the Beast did. Okay, I see. Yeah, I'll see if I can actually pass it. We've made it halfway so far. Oh, almost, almost. We got to the second last one. The second last Goomba was the one that got me that time. It's an interesting concept. I don't think you'd want it for a column that's anything longer than this. Like, you wouldn't want to do this in a vertical subworld. 2 screens is plenty as a consistency check. Although, if you do it over a much larger vertical space, you would have the flexibility to space the Goombas out a little bit more, so it's less intensive on the repetition. Like where you have a little bit more space to work with between inputs. I can tell you right now, this is going to give some people strain injury. I bet. We'll see. Anyway, record so far is the second last one. So this is doable, but it feels like it's not something that I will be able to nail very consistently. But yeah, I am just trilling the D-pad because that's still going to give me more control than any other input method here. I use the same kind of method with my right hand when you have some levels that benefit from repeated Y and X inputs, for instance. Like anything with plucking clouds. If you play this game as much as I do, you do not want strain injury. So, when it comes to things with the heavily repeated inputs, you kind of have to find your way around it. Okay, got to the third last one that time. Yeah, I just haven't quite found that pocket of timing yet, all the way through. Nope. Well, let's see. Still an issue. Yeah, I don't know if I will pass it, but we can see. We can try it with the cheese again, actually, if we... Yeah, no, I can't quite tail it fast enough to do that. You'd have to pretty much drop it as you're going down, I think, probably. And you'd have to do it faster than that. And yeah, even the smallest discrepancy will kind of get caught with that block, so that's well protected right now. And Electrodude, as you just saw, it seems like that is what it's doing. You were lucky to beat it with first try, wow. Yeah, we got to the third last one quite a bit. Out of what, 7 total? So we're sometimes on 5 out of 7. One time I was on 6 out of 7. No. Just need to keep a very specific sort of input in mind. And the fact that I have counted exactly 7 will help. Because then I can have a specific series of inputs in mind that covers the whole thing. Sound is dead, okay. Ah, we might as well fix it. I'm quite close to finishing anyway, I think, but might as well hear this Coin Heaven music while we can. Yeah, so it's going to be 7 consecutive direction swaps. And I don't quite have it down yet. Visually, I'm trying to guide myself with the one-way panels now. Or if I understand the rhythm of the one-way panels, I'm actually in an okay shape. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No. Yeah, I'm not going to grind away at this one for too long, since we're just kind of doing the same thing until I try to succeed. With the current spacing, it is sort of tricky. Don't want to stall too long with a shell, too, before it revives into a Koopa. Yeah, you just kind of fall so quickly between Goombas that you have to be so quick. Hang on. I just try to face the Goombas just to find a rhythm. Tricky. Yeah, I don't know if we can actually get this. I can get close, but it seems like the reaction time is quick enough that I don't know that I can sort of refine my timing very much. Just because of how small the margin is between each of these Goombas. And actually, there's a bit of a change, too. It tricks you out at the very end. Look at the last 3 Goombas. The rhythm changes. Like when you're at the top of the stack, you get consistently kind of a 3-tile spacing. And then you get a bit of a trick where it... Let's show you if I can pause. Okay. Notice from 1 to 2, 3 tiles. From 2 to 3, 3 tiles. From 3 to 4, 2 tiles. And then, yeah, so like the 4th one is kind of nudged a little bit up from where you might expect. Same with number 6. Like, notice the spacing here becomes irregular. That's the thing that's throwing me off. I'm expecting an even spacing, but when you do that, you run into the fact that the pattern actually changes halfway. And so you kind of need to do a bit of a staggered input. Where you need to press right to left faster than left to right. That's the thing that's tricking me out. Okay. No. Yeah, so you actually can't just do an even rhythmic pattern all the way down. Anyway, I think that's probably about as much headway as I can make with that one. Thank you for that one, though. It's an interesting idea. I don't even mind that there's a spacing change. It's just that the spacing in general is probably too tight for my reaction time, and so... Just one of those things where I don't think I'll be able to get it. Without just a lucky run, but 6 out of 7 isn't bad. Okay, Dorli Rametti, if you are still here. I don't know if I'll completely play through yours, but if you want me to take a look, I will at least take a look so I can see what it is. And then I can kind of make a judgment as to whether we'll pursue it seriously today or do it at another point, if you are still here. But let me go through the rest of the list and just do check-ins first. We're going to mark this one as lost. Thank you once again, Humade. Let me just make sure that we... Actually, Kusai may still be here. Kusai, if you are present, please do check in. And we will play you. Yep, there we go. Don't want to skip you accidentally. And thank you so much for your patience. I know you've been waiting for hours and hours and hours, but we're going to try to do it. The Beast has the record on this. This is a 0.19. To be quite honest, I don't think I'll be able to stay on long enough today to really grind away at this, but we'll see how we do. We'll try to give it a fair shot. Don't play that course after eating manza. And even the Beast taking 4 minutes on this. This is going to be pretty technical, I would imagine. But we'll at least try to give it a fair shot. Not for very long, though, I think. Ah, precision. Okay. I can probably get up to the left of that pipe. That's why there's a 4-minute record. On top of having very few clears. And so you need to eventually loop your way back there for the key. With the key that you probably get from the 4 coin. So now I can use the blocks to just kind of nudge myself against a wall and position myself accurately on the way up. But we'll see. One thing that I should make clear is that I am not a precision player at all. So I may not be able to do this for very long. Whoops. Let's not hold right out of the door. That's kind of a bad habit in levels like this. So we can just kind of... Yeah, we just kind of nudge under this and make it over here. And then probably try to land on the left side of that pipe. And continue from there. But I can see how to get through the first block at least. You just kind of jump into it from below. Line up. That. Get nudged over. Whoops. And yeah, trying to leave that jump a little bit later, but you didn't need to take that right from the edge, and right now that's not going to be the case. Yeah, trying to do a bit of a crouch jump there. I don't know if that's the right approach. I kind of wonder if this design is actually saying anything in terms of spike pattern, like whether these symbols are decipherable in some way. Probably not, but it doesn't hurt to notice. Yeah. I kind of want to look at the layout and more info. I can tell you right now, I'm just not enough of a precision player to really do any level in this style, but let's take a look. Clear check was about 3 minute 38. The opening section we can see is I'm pretty sure it's the bit on the top left. And so we had only seen the screen on the left in the top section. And it's mostly one big loop. We can maybe give it one more go to see. If we can do at least a loop in this section. Looks like pink coins probably are not relevant yet. It looks like it may just be a key that spawns somewhere here. I mean, there is that whole right side of this as well that seems like it's where we progress through the maze. And super duper Alex, welcome. We're very close to finishing. So you caught me right at the end of this stream, probably. So we'll see. Might have to crash out of this one pretty quickly. Since we just don't really do much precision stuff around here. Ah, yeah, I see the key now. The key is on the top right area. So you would probably have to climb towards it after traversing the bottom right and looping your way back up to those clouds. Actually, no, you don't. You actually, when you go to the right side, have to jump on those clouds in succession. You go cloud, cloud, you go up to the top right corner of the current screen, and then you loop back to the left to get a shot at the key, which is going to be at the top corner there. If you have good timing against a piranha there, it is possible to get a safe landing. We may or may not be able to do it. I think my target is going to be the piranha pipe. If we can land safely on the pipe, we'll consider that significant. It is a red pipe, but I'm standing on it, so the piranha's not going to spawn. Eventually, we'll need to come back up here so we can go to the platform on the left. Oh, trying to fall properly here. This is not really precision tech that I know, but we did get to the pipe without too much fuss. Dropping out of the pipe I don't really know how to do. But yeah, you have to go bottom right, and then you have to go back upstairs for the key. Nope. And yep, bad habits once again. And red pipe timing is not actually that threatening, I don't think. We'll take deaths there from time to time, but yeah, not sure about that ceiling. Well, I did hit my benchmark, which was the red pipe. I did get a chance to look ahead a bit to see how the loop in the first screen is going to work in terms of getting up to that key. I think we kind of understood the principle of it, but that's usually as far as I get with precision style levels, because they're just all about the execution with some lineup methods that I don't really have a good grip on. So seems like we have some much wider open spaces further along in the level. Don't know what that's all about. And with that's EQ. So thank you for that. We will mark that as a loss. I know I didn't spend much time on it, but we are so far over time, and I wasn't really expecting too much progress here. So yeah, I don't think Dorla Remeti stayed here after that puzzle request earlier, and that's fine by me because I am once again way over time, and we will have to call it today. And yeah, Kusai, thanks for coming and submitting, and thank you once again for waiting for so long to get played. Seems like you got the beast on this one. You must have seen some pretty good, successful footage of it already. Morpha as well. Morpha actually does know how to play this stuff. As does Roiru. So, I am very much not a precision player though, so kind of crashed against it, but always worth a try. Okay, that's it for today. Thanks everybody for dropping by. We will scan around for a raid fairly shortly. In the near term, I have to check if this is correct, but I think Monday is my second streamiversary, so to speak. Second anniversary of my first actual broadcast that wasn't a test. I think it's the case. I'm not totally sure. And if that's true, that's kind of fun because we're planning to play 2YMM, 2 Years of Mario Maker. So that will be... I mean, yeah, Electro Dude, I know it doesn't feel like 2 years because there was that half a year block or so where I completely had to disappear, but... And, thank you for the follow as well. So, we'll likely be going back to Mario Maker 1 this coming week. I'm going to see if I can sneak in an extra session of Babel Royale as well, because there's a new patch that I've been eager to try out, and I just haven't had a chance all week. So we'll bring in some word games, we'll bring in lots of Maker 1, but we will continue to do Maker 2 content in the form of viewer levels over the weekend. And yes, Electro Dude, time does fly when we're having fun, and... well, I don't know. I don't know if you can say that about the pandemic. You can say that about the experience on Twitch, but maybe the surrounding conditions leave much to be desired. Anyway, thank you so much for joining me for, once again, a long stream. And I am going to scan around for somebody else to send you off to shortly, so... Thanks for watching. Thanks once again to all of the makers who stayed to see their levels displayed at varying levels of competence. And stick around for the raid, so until next time, as always, fare thee well.